Chapter 1083. The green fog that had been slowly drifting in the surroundings suddenly rolled up violently. Full. The wind howled as the green mist swirled around Wu Yan and Sylph like a tornado. Wu Yan and Sylph were trapped in the center of the tornado. Wu Yan and Sylph froze and took a step back. Wu Yan extended his hand and shielded Sylph behind him. The Nayama no Shana in his left hand lit up with a bright red flame that illuminated Wu Yan's tense expression. He held Fantasy Killer in his right hand and pointed it diagonally to the ground to protect Sylph. When Sylph raised her meteor shower again, Wu Yan turned his attention to the fake Sylph. Wu Yan watched as the fake Sylph's expression turned sluggish. She looked like a lifelike doll. It was only at this moment that the fake Sylph finally revealed her impersonation. Of course, Wu Yan wasn't concerned about the fake Sylph. The real reason why his expression turned ugly and Sylph couldn't remain calm was because there were figures standing behind the fake Sylph. Those figures were none other than Sylph. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Looking at the sea of Sylph, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yan sighed at the same time. After the Misaka sisters, another Sylph army has appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, this so-called Sylph army isn't as cute as the Misaka sisters. At least, the Misaka sisters still have their own consciousness and soul. However, the Sylph army before him has dimmed down completely. Inside, there was a stillness like stagnant water. Moreover, it was filled with dullness. With a single glance, one could tell that they were not real humans. However, this is fine too. The flames on the Nayama no Shana in his hand expanded. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smirked. I don't need to hold back anymore. Not sure if he heard Wu Yan's words. Tens of thousands of Sylphs suddenly raised their hands and aimed their meteor shower at Wu Yan and Sylph. Then, silver dots of starlight slowly gathered in the hands of the Sylph who had drawn the bowstring of meteor shower. Wu Yan felt a chill down his spine when he saw this. He tightened his grip on his spear and sword. He could sense that the scene before him was definitely not as simple as an illusion. Be careful. Natsuki seemed to have sensed something through Wu Yan's consciousness. If you're hit, even if you're not in any danger, you'll fall into a dream just like you. Got it. Wu Yan replied in a serious tone in his heart. He raised his head and looked ahead. His wine-red eyes turned golden in an instant. Ding 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 ding. Amidst the green storm, a series of melodious syllables rang out. It sounded like water droplets hitting the strings of a zither. It was exceptionally pleasing to the ears. Amidst the melodious syllables, crimson spatial ripples spread out and covered the entire area. Then, black iron sand swords shot out from the spatial ripples. They tore through the air and rained down on the Sylph impostors. Meteor shower was Wu Yan's noble artifact. How could Wu Yan not know about it? It didn't have any supernatural abilities, nor did it come with any heaven-defying effects. Meteor shower only had one effect. That was the power of the ultimate. Might was everything about the meteor knight. Among all of Wu Yan's techniques, excluding Ruby Mode and his familiars, meteor shower was one of the most powerful techniques. Meteor shower was definitely one of the top techniques. In fact, there weren't many techniques in the 103,000 grimoires that could compare to it in terms of pure power. However, under that extreme power, the meteor shower also had a flaw that couldn't be ignored. Drawing the bow and charging the arrow required time. The Sylph impostors were all illusions and the meteor shower in their hands was a fake as well. It might have lost its power, but if it was hit, it would have some other effect. However, regardless of the consequences of being hit, since it was a fake meteor knight, the flaw was still there. Therefore, the best way to deal with it was to strike first. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The iron sand swords pierced through the air and landed on the Sylph impostors, tearing their bodies apart. The Sylph didn't even have the time to release her starlight arrows before they were shot by the iron sand swords. Their bodies instantly turned into green mist. The Sylph impostors were formed by the green mist. Wu Yan scanned the green mist around him and he used Nayatan Shana to conjure up a fireball. Glancing at the red lotus flames on the Niyatono no Shana, Wu Yan raised it above his head. He spun it around and with a wave of his hand, A dense curtain of red lotus flames surged out like a tidal wave. It crashed into the swirling green mist storm. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, the red lotus fire curtain enveloped the dense green storm and slowly began to burn. However, within the red lotus fire curtain, the dense green fog continued to revolve on its own and was not damaged at all. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He recalled the red lotus fire curtain and he captured Fantasy Killer. He didn't make a move for a long time. That was also natural. Although the Fantasy Killer could destroy all supernatural abilities, it was only limited to the part that was hit by it. The green storm was almost overwhelming, and it was impossible to eliminate it all at once. Let me try. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't make a move, Sylph pulled back the bowstring of meteor shower. Droplets of starlight gathered and formed a bright starlight arrow. Whoosh! Sylph let go of the arrow and the starlight arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. It left a dazzling trail behind it as it flew into the mist storm. Bzzz. The meteor-like arrow suddenly landed on the rotating fog storm. In an instant, the fog storm paused and a ripple appeared at the point where the meteor-like arrow collided with it. As the ripples reverberated, green mist rolled out from the center of the meteor-like arrow and enveloped the arrow. Then, the arrow was sucked back into the swirling mist storm. It had actually swallowed the arrow shot out by the meteor knight. Sylph's eyes turned cold. She raised her meteor shower and when she was about to fire another arrow, Wu Yan stopped her. The green mist can't be destroyed. Don't waste your energy. While saying this, Wu Yan's gaze was fixed on the spinning green storm in front of him. Instead of wasting time on the mist, it's better to think of a way to leave this place. Our goal isn't to fight the mist. Sylph pondered for a moment and nodded. The green mist started raging again. Like a whirlwind, the mist took the shape of humans. They lined up in front of Wu Yan and Sylph. Wu Yan waved his hand and he activated Gate of Babylon again. Countless iron sandswords were fired at the humanoid green mist. Before they could fully materialize, they were all scattered. Sylph. After the humanoid shapes were dispersed, Wu Yan opened his hand to Sylph. Sylph immediately understood and threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Let's go! Wu Yan tightened his grip on Sylph's waist and leaped into the air. Tiny iron sand particles that couldn't be seen with the naked eye wrapped around his body and carried him towards a corner of the green mist storm. Bang! It was as if something had been shattered, and a rather large hole had been created in the green fog storm ahead. Whoosh! With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yan charged out of the encirclement. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1084. The sky was dark green, the earth was dark green, and the forest was thick and lush. Above it all stood, a small stream of green water flowed down from a strange green mountain peak in the distance. It was like a small green willow that adorned this forest where even the tree trunks were green. Even though everything was green, it gave off an exceptionally tranquil feeling, causing the surroundings to appear slightly peaceful. Whoosh! However, this silence did not last for long. A rushing sound mercilessly broke it. On the other side, a ray of light suddenly rushed over. Immediately, it came to a violent halt as though it had suddenly braked. Only after it rubbed against the surrounding empty space did it slowly come to a stop and stayed in the air. Looking at the green sky, he lowered his head and looked at the dense forest below. Finally, he turned around and looked at the green mist behind him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, that was close. I didn't think it would be that difficult. Sylph, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, nodded in agreement. She looked at the green mist with Wu Yan. The area covered by the fog was very wide. Moreover, it had the ability to confuse one's five senses. If it had not condensed by itself and turned into a storm to trap us, I'm afraid that it would not have been easy for us to walk out of that place. That's true. Wu Yan nodded in agreement. He sighed. I guess the mist reaped what it sowed. After that, the two of them looked at the direction of the green mist. In the distance, the green mist dissipated once more. Wu Yan and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist spreading in all directions. Wu Yen and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist blotting out the sky as it continued to spread. What made Wu Yen and Sylph speechless was the green mist. It was actually a form of encirclement. It surrounded the area where the two of them were in a circular shape. In other words, no matter which direction Wu Yen and Sylph chose, they would have to pass through the green mist. They would have to face the obstruction of dreams and illusions. Dreams and illusions. Wu Yen looked at Sylph in his arms. Have you fallen into a dream before? Yes. Sylph nodded. She replied softly, originally, before we entered the green fog, I was holding your hand the whole time. But I don't know when my hand was empty. When I reacted, I was the only one left. Then, my other self appeared in front of me and shot me with an arrow. After that, I fell into a dream. I see. Wu Yen asked curiously, what kind of dream did you have? Yes. You came to marry me. Sylph didn't try to hide anything from him. She didn't even know how much her words shook Wu Yan's confidence. She just continued talking to herself. And you only married me. You didn't bring the other girls with you. Wu Yen blushed with shame when he heard that. He laughed out loud. He also dreamt of marriage, but it was just a dream created by exploiting the loophole in his heart. If Sylph dreamt of marriage as well and he only married her, doesn't this mean that Sylph doesn't want to share herself with Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others? But that's also true. Which girl would want her other half to have other lovers? Even a girl like Kurumi should be more or less concerned, right? Shaking his head, Wu Yen chuckled as he asked again. Then, how did you leave the dream? Yes. There was a loophole in the dream. Sylph's cold voice stunned Wu Yen. Loophole? What loophole? Father congratulated me. Sylph explained. If I'm married, Father will never congratulate me. He'll just find a crime and execute my husband. That's what Father would do. His mind went blank and he almost couldn't keep up with his calculations. He tripped and fell down. His sweaty face had evolved into a head full of sweat. It seems like he didn't realize the extent of the Ailu Emperor's daughter's control. I have to be careful next time. Sylph's lips curled up slightly when she saw Wu Yen sweating profusely. It lasted for a second or two before it disappeared. She then looked around. Although we've left the green fog's encirclement, we seem to be in another encirclement. Wu Yen, who was planning to kill Kite first to ensure his own safety, paused for a bit when he heard Sylph's words. He started looking around. Wu Yen and Sylph noticed that they were surrounded by a mountain range that reached into the clouds. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see and surrounded the area. Wu Yen and Sylph exchanged glances with each other. They both frowned at the sight of the mountain range. Do we have to cross this mountain range if we want to leave this forbidden area? Wu Yen looked at the mountain range in front of him. He couldn't see the top of the mountain range. This mountain range had already reached into the clouds of the green sky. Don't tell me we have to fly to the top? Wu Yen bitterly laughed as he looked at the mountain range that soared into the sky. Is this the guardian tree's test? Could it be that the guardian tree didn't want anyone to enter the core palace of the place of gods? It wasn't unreasonable for him to say something like that. This area has already sealed off all mana and possibly Do Chi as well. Being in this area, unless one is like Wu Yen who has a special ability that doesn't require the support of Do Chi or mana, one wouldn't be able to wield even the slightest bit of power. They would be no different from a normal person. Even an idiot would know that a normal person wouldn't be able to cross the mountain range that pierced through the clouds. Moreover, it's only 10 days. Sylph seemed to have thought of this as well. She frowned and shook her head. The guardian tree wouldn't set a test that we can't pass. Sylph looked at Wu Yen. Didn't Father say that? The test set by the guardian tree varies from person to person. The stronger the person, the harder the test. The higher the number of people, the harder the test. So you're saying that the test is so difficult because we're too strong? Wu Yen gasped. If one of us is a tier 9 and the other a tier 8, our tests are already like this. What about the tests of the 3 demigod guardians? Maybe it's because you have some power here that the test is harder. Sylph said thoughtfully. After all, the guardian tree is a fair place. If the test isn't harder, it would be too easy for someone like you to pass. Wu Yan was speechless. Alright, I guess I'll have to fly to the sky to take a look. I guess that's the only way. Sylph nodded. With your power, it shouldn't be too hard. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Sylph. He sucked in a deep breath and he used his superpower to control the iron particles around him, and he flew up into the sky. Compared to the mountain range, Wu Yan and Sylph's figures were insignificant. They were so small that they couldn't be seen. However, at this moment, these tiny figures soared into the sky with a loud howl. Wu Yan and Sylph adjusted their breathing as the temperature dropped. Their ears were filled with the sound of the wind as they soared into the sky. Wu Yan and Sylph stopped above the clouds to observe their surroundings. They wanted to find the peak of the mountain range and climb it. However, the terrifying thing is that the circular mountain range is still extending upwards. If there is a universe in this world, then the peak of the mountain range must be in the universe. Sylph's mind went blank when she saw this. However, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he pointed in a direction. Look over there. Sylph quickly turned around and saw something. At the corner of the mountain range, there was a huge hole. It looked like a giant mouth that could devour a person. Chapter 1085. Floating above the clouds, surrounded by green mountains like a heavenly mirror. The sky was green, and the clouds were also green. This scene made people unable to help but feel that it was unreal. With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yan flew towards the giant hole in the corner of the mountain range. He stopped about 20 meters away and looked at it with narrowed eyes. The hole is huge. It's huge. If Wu Yan were to stand in front of it, he would look like an ant standing in front of a wall that's more than 10 meters tall. The surrounding scenery was all green, and only the huge hole in front of them was completely black. Traces of gloomy aura blew out from it, like a monster with its mouth open, waiting for its prey to come to its door. It made people feel terrified. It's a good thing that the hole is dark and it's huge. That's why Wu Yan was able to find it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a hole like this in the entire mountain range. Wu Yan and Sylph floated in front of the hole. They didn't say anything. However, if you look closely, you'll notice a solemn expression in their eyes. Now, the two of them have a rough idea of what this green world is like. Simply put, this green world is like a basin surrounded by a mountain range. With the central area as the center, there's a ring of green fog surrounding the area. Beyond the green fog is the mountain range that surrounds this world. However, the mountain range that surrounds this world is no ordinary mountain range. Also, no one has ever seen a mountain range that surrounds the entire world. The top of the mountain range is so far away that it's impossible to see it. If you live in this world, it's no different from being imprisoned in a large cage. Under such circumstances, the only way to get out of this huge cage was to cross the mountain range that stretched into the heavens and into the earth. However, they can't even see the top of the mountain range even from the clouds. It's unknown if they can find the top of the mountain range. Such a world. I'm afraid you can only see it in the place of gods. Now, there was a huge cave in the middle of the mountain range. Wasn't this telling others that if they wanted to leave, they had to go in? It feels like it's inviting us in. Wu Yan smiled. He smiled playfully. Sylph nodded. She looked into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. But we have no other choice. Indeed, the hole in front of them is their only hope of leaving this world. So, we have no choice but to go in. After saying the two sentences one by one, the two of them looked at each other. Then, they suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the dark hole. They shot towards it. After entering the hole, Wu Yan and Sylph's field of vision gradually faded away and was replaced by a thick darkness. If the green world gives off a strange and peaceful feeling, then this black hole gives off a strange and peaceful feeling. It's strange and eerie. It was as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by quite a bit. The two of them involuntarily stuck close to each other as they flew. However, their gazes remained fixed in front of them and did not leave for even a moment. The wind caused by their rapid flight hit their faces, causing their hair to dance in the wind. But even so, Their gazes never left the room. About half an hour later, a bright light appeared in their field of vision. Their expressions tensed up. Wu Yen and Sylph looked at each other. They didn't say anything. Instead, they increased their speed and they charged towards the source of the light. They passed through it. Wu Yen stopped. The first thing that caught the eyes of the two hovering in the air was the door. That's right. It's a door. A 3-meter-tall door. Logically speaking, Wu Yen and Sylph should be happy to see a door. However, when they saw the door, they didn't look happy at all. Instead, they looked at each other and bitterly chuckled. It was not because of anything else, but because of those doors. There wasn't just one door there. Instead, there were countless doors that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to count how many of them there were. After passing through the hole, Wu Yen and Sylph found themselves in a spacious cavern. The surrounding rock walls were circular and stood in the middle of the vast cave. They were like stairs that were stacked layer by layer. On the stair-like rock walls, there were iron and copper doors that were arranged in an orderly manner. It made the entire cave look like a large graveyard. It was extremely gloomy. Glancing at the countless doors around him, Wu Yen felt like all the energy in his body was drained away. He shrugged his shoulders and a tired expression appeared on his face. I say, is the divine tree trying to get us to find the door to the core palace? Sylph. Sylph lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she spoke word by word. If that's the case, then one of these doors must lead to the core palace. That's true. Wu Yen sighed. But how are we going to find that door? We're not going to have to open them one by one, right? I don't think we have enough time even if we have 10 days. Although he didn't know how many doors there are on the stairs, he can't even estimate the number of doors with his perfect memory ability. One can only imagine how terrifying the number would be. If Wu Yen wasn't shackled, he might be able to find the correct door with some spells. But now, Wu Yen felt hopeless just by looking at it. At the very least, we can be sure that searching blindly is futile. Compared to Wu Yan's helpless expression, Sylph's expression was as calm as ever. It was as if nothing could stir up her emotions. Her voice was calm as well. The divine tree wouldn't set up such a hopeless test. There must be a hint that can lead us to the correct door. Or maybe there's something different about it. Let's hope it's a hint. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If there's something different, I don't think we'll be lucky enough to find it. Sylph nodded. Wu Yen was surprised by her calm demeanor. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to enter the core palace? Sylph remained silent for a moment. She then said expressionlessly, I don't have high hopes for the domain of gods. Wu Yen was surprised to hear this. The domain of gods is a backdoor created by the creators of the 3 empires for their descendants. There are countless treasures inside that can change a person's life. If one can find a chance to transform in the domain of gods, even if they were originally trash, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. They might even become a prodigy better than Sylph. It was also because of this that bullying of the weak, which could be seen everywhere in the other forces, was not very likely to happen in the royal families of the 3 empires. This was because no one could guarantee that the person they bullied would not be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound in the land of gods. This wasn't something impossible. As for the group of geniuses, if they didn't gain anything in the land of gods, they would become a laughingstock. Wu Yen saw Ka and Jaffer wearing bitter expressions on their faces more than once. They're worried that they won't be able to gain anything in the domain of gods. Their reputation as geniuses would be tarnished if they didn't get anything in the domain of gods. However, Sylph, the most outstanding genius in the domain of gods, didn't seem to have high hopes for the domain of gods. Sylph noticed Wu Yan's surprise, so she asked him in a soft voice. Even if I lose my powers, I'm still Sylph. Even if I lose the chance to transform, I'm still Sylph. In her ice blue eyes, that indifferent expression appeared along with her resolute words. Wu Yen once again realized that the girl in his arms is not as simple as she looks. Perhaps I underestimated this princess a little bit, that's not for sure. Chapter 1086. Time slowly passed. How much time had passed? Even in that green world, it was hard to tell, let alone in this cave where there was no sunlight. Only Wu Yan with his perfect memory can say with certainty that they have spent another day in this cave. During this time, Wu Yan and Sylph have been searching the vast cave for clues. They are looking for clues about the location of the true entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. Unfortunately, after an entire day of searching in the cave, the two of them still couldn't find anything. It's not that they didn't find anything, the cavern is just too big. Wu Yan and Sylph spent the whole day looking for clues, but they only managed to cover less than 10% of the cavern. In other words, it would take them at least 10 days to search the entire cave. But the problem was that everyone could only stay in the domain of gods for 10 days. Wu Yan and Sylph have spent 2 days in the domain of gods. They only have 8 days left. They don't have enough time. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed for the umpteenth time and shook his head. He didn't know how many times he sighed and laughed bitterly. The guardian tree is really, constantly trying to give us time problems. Does it really want us to waste these 10 days so badly? Yes. That's why it's called a test. Sylph's eyes darted around the area as if she was trying to find some clues that she didn't have. If it's that easy to evolve, the treasures in the domain of gods would have been used up by the 3 empires over the past tens of thousands of years. You're right. Wu Yan nodded. He mimicked Sylph and he scanned the area. He looked at the doors that looked exactly the same as the one he saw earlier. His vision was blurry, and he could only helplessly sink his consciousness into his body and ask, Natsuki, do you have any ideas? Yes. If we can get out, we can. But right now, we can only stay in your body. What can I do? Natsuki's dignified voice was tinged with a hint of helplessness. Also, even if we can get out, our mana will still be sealed. If that's the case, we won't be able to get out. Wu Yan frowned when he heard that. Are we really going to have to continue searching here? Yes. Natsuki didn't respond to Wu Yan immediately. She waited for a while before sending her voice into Wu Yan's mind. Can't you find a way in the system? Yes. You're right. There are many mystical items in the system. I once fell into a maze in a dungeon world and used a compass that led me to the right entrance and exit. Isn't that enough? Natsuki asked curiously. At the same time, she contacted Wu Yan's consciousness and shared her memories with him. Natsuki couldn't say anything when she connected with Wu Yan. Do you know the reason now? Wu Yan said to Natsuki in an annoyed manner. With a flip of his hand, he took out a compass. Wu Yan used this compass once when he was trapped in the sealed labyrinth in the world of the Whirlwind Butler. It has the ability to guide the user according to the concepts in their mind, such as enter and exit. These vague words can be used to guide the user to the correct exit. This effect is perfect for the current situation. Wu Yan only needs to think about the concept of entering the core palace in his mind, and the compass will be able to find the real door. If it were that simple. If Sylph turned her attention to Wu Yan, she would be able to see the compass. Then, she would see the compass that was supposed to point in the right direction spinning around in Wu Yan's hand. This. Natsuki's voice turned serious. She asked with uncertainty, could it be that all the doors here are the correct entrances to the core palace? I don't know. Wu Yan went straight to the point. But Sylph told me. The guardian tree is responsible for opening the doors to the core palace. The guardian tree has the ability to open spatial passages. I think this is the entrance to the core palace. It has to be whichever door it wants it to be. It's not fixed at all. So, even the items in the system can't be used. Then how are we supposed to find the correct door? Natsuki's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. After all, no matter who it was, if they knew that the entrance to the core palace that they were searching for wasn't fixed and that someone else could open it wherever they wanted, not to mention being dissatisfied, they might even go berserk. To paraphrase Sylph, it's not a test if it's that easy to find it. Wu Yan laughed and slapped his cheeks. But looking at it from another perspective, it also means that Sylph's words are correct. The guardian tree doesn't want us to find the correct door among those doors. Instead, it wants us to pass the guardian tree's test based on a hint that might exist. Natsuki went silent for a moment after hearing Wu Yan's words. She asked, Then what do you plan to do? Wu Yen closed his eyes and he entered a state of deep contemplation. The surroundings are quiet, the pitch-black environment made the graveyard-like doors look eerie and scary. It's as if they could open at any moment and some demon or monster would come running out. If it was a normal girl here, they would probably stick to Wu Yan's body and seek protection. Sylph, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to all of this. She continued her search with all her heart and soul. Even in the darkness of the cave, Sylph still exuded a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. She was exceptionally beautiful. However, the only person who was fortunate enough to witness all of this was sitting there with his eyes closed. Until a certain moment, those wine-red eyes suddenly opened. It's futile to continue searching like this. In front of Sylph, Wu Yen denied all her efforts. Sylph froze and she turned around. She tilted her head and she asked Wu Yen. She wasn't angry at all. She tilted her head and she asked in a puzzled manner, "What are you talking about?" "Then what should we do?" Wu Yen looked at the doors in front of him when he heard Sylph saying the same thing as Natsuki. "It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. Since it's a door, shouldn't we open it first?" Sylph froze for a moment and frowned. "Isn't that a little too reckless?" "It's better than searching aimlessly." He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Sylph. "Maybe we can find some clues behind the door." Sylph furrowed her brows. She looked at Wu Yan's smiling face and she nodded in agreement. "All right, it's a good idea to try." "Okay." Wu Yan nodded. He looked ahead and locked his eyes on the door closest to him. "I'll give it a try." Although they don't know what's behind the door, no matter how they look at it, Wu Yen, who still has some power and is a man, is the most suitable candidate to test the door. Sylph knew that she would only be a burden if something were to happen to her in her current state. She didn't object and obediently took a step back. Wu Yen smiled and gave Sylph a reassuring look. He then walked towards the door closest to him. He placed his hand on the door. Feeling the rough and cold sensation, Wu Yen recalled the time when he found Boss's room in Swordsman's domain. At that time, he was also like this. He placed his hand on the door and felt the cold touch of the door. He was also prepared to face the SS of the gatekeeper, and this time, what kind of gatekeeper would be behind the door? With that thought in mind, Wu Yen focused his mind and with a push, he pushed the door open. Bzzz. The next moment, a strong light shone on Wu Yen from the other side of the door. Chapter 1087. Everything in front of him has turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Wu Yen reflexively raised his hand to shield his eyes when the light shone on him. He also raised his guard to prevent any accidents from happening. When the light gradually dimmed, Wu Yen lowered his hand and scanned the area in front of him. What he saw made his expression change. In front of him is still a vast expanse of whiteness. There are only two figures in the area. One of them is himself. The other one was a petite girl who was floating in the air. She was wearing a red and white Gothic lowly outfit and a beret flower hat. She had a pair of broken necklace-like wings with crystals hanging from her back. She also had a demon-like tail. She was a petite girl. "Fu! Flan!" Wu Yen exclaimed when he saw the petite girl floating in front of him. "Isn't that Flandre-chan?" Perhaps she heard Wu Yan's exclamation. Flandre-chan lifted her head from under the beret flower hat. Her delicate and adorable face is exposed to the vast expanse of whiteness. At the same time, a pair of wine-red eyes similar to Wu Yan's was also exposed. When the two pairs of wine-red eyes met, Flandre-chan's eyes lit up and a cute smile appeared on her face. She looked very happy, which made people's hearts relax involuntarily. "Big brother!" Flandre-chan cheered as if she saw her closest kin. Her voice was filled with excitement, but unlike before, she didn't call out to Wu Yen and rush into Wu Yan's arms with enough force to break rocks. "Why, is Flandre-chan?" Wu Yen frowned when he noticed this. His expression turned ugly when he realized what was going on. "Is this another dream?" The answer to this question came from Flandre-chan's next words. It had clearly and definitely been proven to be true. "Hey, big brother." A scarlet bloody light flashed through her wine-red eyes that were filled with joy. As this scarlet bloody light exploded, the joy contained within instantly turned into a thick baleful aura and blood energy. Flandre-chan's lips curled into a sinister smile that sent chills down Wu Yan's spine. That childish voice. In the vast expanse of whiteness. It reverberated. Come play with Flandre-chan. That familiar expression, that familiar behavior, and those familiar words. She hasn't recovered her normal state of mind. It was the same old Flandre-chan who was mentally unstable. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes shrunk when he realized this. Flandre-chan, you. But before he could finish his words, Flandre-chan let out a sinister laugh and waved her little hand. A bloody vine suddenly burst out from the ground and pierced towards the retreating pupil. The tip of the blood-red vine enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes, causing his pupils to contract at an extreme speed. He tilted his head in the nick of time. Swoosh! The sharp end of the vine pierced through the air and mercilessly slashed Wu Yan's face, leaving a long wound on his face. Wu Yan finally came to his senses, his shrunken pupils constricted. Hey hey! Flandre-chan clapped her hands like an innocent child. Come play! Come play! Flandre-chan extended her hand toward Wu Yan and opened her palm. Wu Yan's hair stood on end when he saw this. This isn't a joke. Flandre-chan's action is a standard action when she unleashes her unique destructive ability. Tisk. Knowing this isn't the time to hesitate, Wu Yan curled his lips in annoyance. Lightning flashed across his forehead. Just as the two of them were about to turn on each other, a voice as young as Flandre-chan, filled with authority and scolding, reverberated in Wu Yan's heart. Now is not the time to do such things. Wu Yan paused when he heard this. The next moment, the white expanse of heaven and earth shattered. Inside the cave, Wu Yan, who was standing in front of the door, suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly retreated to the back of the cave and his dark gaze swept towards the door that is emitting a strong light. The moment Wu Yan woke up, the door closed. Under Wu Yan and Sylph's shocked gaze, the doors on the staircase started to move at a speed not visible to the naked eye. It took about 10 seconds for them to return to their original state. Wu Yan and Sylph's expression turned grim. These doors could actually change their positions. Doesn't that mean they can't even remove the useless doors? Sylph closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She looked at Wu Yan. Are you okay? Yes. Wu Yan touched his stinging cheek and found a trace of blood. It was the blood from the wound on his cheek caused by Flandre-chan's attack in the dream. Wu Yan touched his healed cheek and laughed self-deprecatingly. Maybe I have to do something now. The injuries he suffered in the dream could actually affect reality. Is this a real dream? Wu Yan explained. Sylph glanced at the doors that changed their positions with a cold glare. Then we can't open those doors as we please. Wu Yan wiped the blood off his cheek and shook his head. No, let me try again. Otherwise, there's no other way to find the correct door. But the position of those doors would change, wouldn't it? Sylph didn't say that out loud. Sylph knew they didn't know what else they could do. Let me try this time, Sylph suggested. She didn't object to Wu Yan's suggestion. Wu Yan wanted to object, but when he saw the determination in Sylph's eyes, he gave up on the idea. He hesitated for a bit before nodding. Don't close your eyes. Once you close your eyes, I will immediately rush over to wake you up. Sylph nodded and raised her foot in the direction Wu Yan went. Since the doors can move, it doesn't matter which one they go to. Sylph walked towards the door in a completely different manner from Wu Yan. She didn't want to give herself a chance to regret her decision, so she pushed the door open. This time, there was no bright light or dream. What appeared behind the door was a mirror. A mirror? Wu Yan and Sylph were stunned. At this moment, Sylph's reflection in the mirror raised her head with a dagger in her hand. The dagger pierced through the mirror and went straight for Sylph's chest. Sylph's expression changed. Tisk. Suddenly, a hand reached out from Sylph's side and grabbed the sharp dagger. There was a tearing sound as the hand that held the dagger began to bleed. Before Sylph could react, Sylph pulled her dagger out of the mirror and retracted her hand back into the mirror. Blood splattered all over the floor as she retracted her hand back into the mirror. At the same time, the door with the mirror slammed shut. Together with all the other doors, it started to rotate again. Sylph didn't care about the doors. She turned around and looked at Wu Yen, or rather, at his bleeding hand. "Don't worry, I did it on purpose." Wu Yen pursed his lips when he saw Sylph staring at his bleeding hand. He flexed his hand that healed in an instant. "Dreams and illusions, it's the same as the one in the green mist." But Wu Yen shook off the blood on his hand and pursed his lips. "This time, I can't treat them as mere dreams and illusions. The damage he received in the dream is real. The illusory realm also had the ability to cause real damage. Compared to the previous pure dreams and illusions, it was many times stronger." Realistic dreams and illusions? Natsuki's voice echoed from Wu Yan's body. She transmitted her voice to Wu Yen. "This is a tricky situation." Wu Yen nodded. He exchanged glances with Sylph. He looked at the new door and extended his hand. Chapter 1088. Facing the doors that were filled with vast caverns, the two of them spent an entire day trying to open them. Another day passed. During this time, Wu Yen and Sylph have pushed open more than 100 doors. Pushing open more than 100 doors also means that they have experienced more than 100 realistic dreams and illusions. If it were another group, they would never do the same thing as Wu Yen and Sylph. Even if one's mana and combat aura weren't restricted, who would be willing to repeatedly fall into a dream and be attacked by the people around them and by an illusion that was exactly the same as them? If something goes wrong, the injury would only be minor. Of course, in the domain of gods, no one would encounter anything that could endanger their lives. However, if they were trapped in a dream or illusion, they would lose a lot of time. If he didn't have Natsuki helping him awaken, and if he didn't have a certain level of power to deal with illusions, he would have to think twice before pushing open these doors that can trap people in dreams and illusions. As for Sylph, she insisted on taking turns to open the doors with Wu Yen. It was as if she didn't care about her own life. If Wu Yen also lost his powers, he wouldn't have asked her to do something so stubborn and dangerous. It must be said that from a certain point of view, the two of them had the same personality. They are both crazy. For the entire day, Wu Yen repeatedly fell into a dream. He would be awakened by Natsuki or Sylph, he would be attacked by the illusions, he would repel the illusions, and he would continue to push open the doors. It was a boring and dangerous process. However, Wu Yen didn't stop. He has the body of a true ancestor, he won't die. He might as well try a few more times. Perhaps, he might be able to find the trajectories of the moving doors. From there, he might be able to obtain the entrance to the true core palace. Sylph was also doing the same thing. She kept pushing the doors open and was woken up by Wu Yen. Whenever she encountered an illusion attack, Wu Yen would rush forward and deal with it. Apart from that, Sylph didn't do anything else. Coupled with Sylph's frosty expression, those who didn't know better would think that she was a puppet acting according to the designer's instructions. Over time, be it Wu Yen or Sylph, both of them started to feel numb after repeated attempts. Wu Yen took a glance at the many doors on the stairs, which were rotating and changing again. He took a deep breath and rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, which was aching slightly. "Sylph, did you find anything?" Sylph shook her head. Even though her face was expressionless, her blue eyes were filled with exhaustion. "Every time I enter a dream, the content of the dream is different. The illusions are also different." Wu Yan's pain intensified when he heard Sylph talk about dreams and illusions. In the beginning, everything was fine. The dreams were all related to him. The illusions had always been based on himself and Sylph. But as time went on, not only did the content of the illusions become strange, there were all kinds of things. Even the illusions no longer appeared in a fixed pattern. It was getting more and more troublesome. "What about Natsuki? Did you find anything else?" "Nothing." A voice that only Wu Yen could hear reverberated in his mind. Compared to Wu Yen and Sylph, Natsuki's voice didn't change at all. She was still as calm as ever. Although the content is different, basically, what you encounter after you open the door is either a dream or an illusion. Once you wake up from the dream or deal with the threat of the illusion, The opened door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it seems that the door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it should be impossible to enter those doors that can create illusions and dreams. Doors that can create illusions and dreams. Wu Yan frowned. Do you think there are certain conditions to pass through those doors? Natsuki asked in a confused voice. How should I put it? Didn't the compass tell us that these doors could be real? Wu Yan pursed his lips. For example, we can charge in before the door closes. I don't think that's possible. Natsuki raised her voice. It's just as you said. If it's that easy, it wouldn't be a test. I don't think the divine tree would set this test for a tier 9 and 8 to pass, right? You're right. If that's the case, it's too easy. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Seriously, why is the divine tree able to open up spatial passages? Isn't it better to just let the real doors stay in those doors? All the doors could be real. Tisk, who knows? That's just your guess. Natsuki casually said. Anyway, the divine tree can open up spatial passages, right? It's also possible that all those doors are fake. All the doors are fake. Wu Yan was stunned. His eyes lit up when he thought of something. Sylph. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Sylph. Go and push it again. Sylph looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. When she saw the light in his eyes, she knew he must have noticed something. She didn't waste any time and pushed open one of the doors. Just like before, a bright light shone on Sylph and hypnotized her. The moment Sylph closed her eyes, Wu Yan dashed forward and hugged her before backing away. Wu Yan slapped Sylph's cheeks to wake her up. Wu Yan scanned the doors around him. He took in all of the doors with a single glance. Not long after, the doors stopped moving and Sylph woke up. The first thing she saw was Wu Yan's smirk. Sylph's icy blue eyes rippled when she saw this. Did you find something? Wu Yan looked at Sylph's face and smiled. I guess you can say that I found something. Wu Yan let go of Sylph and sighed helplessly. However, I feel like we've been toyed with. Toyed with? Sylph frowned. Every time we push open a door, all the doors will move and change their positions, right? Yes. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Sylph nod her head. But when I looked at the doors, I noticed that they weren't moving at all. They weren't moving at all? Sylph was surprised. That's right. Wu Yan took a step back, opened his arms and said in a clear voice. Actually, it's not the doors that are moving, it's the walls around us. What? Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. What? Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. Sylph paused at the entrance of the cave. She pondered for a moment and spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance wasn't in that position in the beginning, right? Wu Yan looked at Sylph in surprise. I didn't expect your memory to be that good. So it's really the walls that are moving? Sylph ignored Wu Yan's praise and went into deep thought. But what does that mean? That's right. That means your memory isn't as good as ours. Wu Yan cracked a joke before changing the topic. Didn't you notice? Those doors are constantly changing positions under the movement of the rock wall. It looks like they are arranged in an orderly manner, but if you don't count the horizontal rows and look at the vertical rows, the doors of each staircase are not arranged in an orderly manner. There's only this row. Wu Yan pointed at a certain direction and he enunciated each word clearly. Only this row of vertical doors, from top to bottom, is very neat. Sylph's eyes flashed with a glint. You mean, Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the neat rows of doors. The door to the core palace is in this position. Chapter 1089. The door to the core palace is in this position. In an instant, there were no other sounds in the surroundings. Only the words that seemed to have substance reverberated in the air and reverberated in the spacious cave. Sylph closed her eyes as she stared at the neatly arranged doors. She tried to find a loophole in Wu Yan's words, but she couldn't find anything. Sylph didn't find any flaws in Wu Yan's words. Instead, she had a strange look in her eyes. It's like she's praising him, she's happy, she's proud, she's all mixed up. Sylph nodded and looked at the row of doors. Then she sized them up. Then, which door can lead to the core palace? Have you already discovered it? That's why I said we were fooled. Wu Yan said with a bitter smile. Who told you the real door is behind those doors? Sylph was taken aback when she heard this. She was sure she didn't mishear him. Wu Yan did say the door to the core palace is in that position. Sylph frowned and revealed her eyes to Wu Yan. She didn't say anything, but it's obvious she was waiting for Wu Yan's explanation. If my guess is correct, the door to the core palace should be in that position. Wu Yan looked at the row of doors and then at the entrance of the cavern. He smiled. At first, I thought the same as you. I thought that the door to the core palace should be on the only row of neatly arranged doors. However, there were at least dozens of doors in that row, if not 100. I can determine the location, but I can't pinpoint which door it is. The guardian tree wouldn't have set it up like that. Furthermore, if the doors of the core palace are really in the neat rows of vertical doors, then there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. With the power of the guardian tree, there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. It shouldn't be that hard to make the doors move on their own, right? Therefore, if the real door is behind that row of doors, there's no reason why the rock wall is moving. There's no reason why the rock wall is moving, right? That's right, there's no reason why the rock wall is moving. Sylph's blue eyes glowed brighter as she listened to Wu Yan's explanation. As the light grew brighter, Sylph seemed to have realized something and shifted her gaze to the entrance. Wu Yan chuckled at her reaction. Looks like we share the same thought. Wu Yan looked at the entrance of the cavern with Sylph. That's right. There's only one reason why the rock wall is needed to change the position of the door. He pointed at the entrance of the cavern with one hand and pointed at the bottom of the row of doors with the other. His thunderous voice echoed in the cavern. Through the movement of the rock wall, the entrance tunnel will be moved to the bottom of the vertical row of doors. That's the fundamental reason why the rock wall needs to move. Moving the entrance of the cavern to the bottom of the row of doors would mean that the entrance of the cavern is located at the center of the cavern. That should be the entrance to the core palace we're looking for. That's just my guess. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. That's why I said we've been fooled. The guardian tree has been telling us about the entrance of the cavern since the beginning. We're not looking for the door to the core palace, we're looking for the entrance to the core palace. The guardian tree. It really knows how to create blind spots. Of course. That's just my guess. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he shrugged in an unconfident manner. As for whether that's the truth or not, I can't guarantee. I think it's very likely. Sylph raised her head as if to encourage Wu Yan. All the doors here are the same. Only the entrance passageway is different. There must be a special reason for it to be special. Moreover, until now, those doors have been opened and closed, giving us no chance to enter and explore. Only the entrance passageway is the only way to pass through. That's why I agree with your guess. Let's give it a try. Wu Yan's lips curled into a happy grin as he nodded. You're right. Let's give it a try. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at each other. They started pushing the doors again. There's only one way to make the cavern move, and that's to open the doors. All they have to do is open the doors and let the doors create illusions and dreams. Once Wu Yan and Sylph are freed from the illusions, the doors will automatically close and the entrance will move. He didn't know how long it took, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. He pushed open the doors and dealt with over 100 dreams and illusions. In the end, Wu Yan dealt with one of the illusions. The entrance was finally connected to the vertical doors that were lined up neatly in front of him. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at the entrance at the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. After all, it's only Wu Yan's guess that the entrance will become the entrance to the core palace when it moves to the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Moreover, even if the entrance passage was shifted to that location, there would still be no changes. That was the fundamental reason why the two of them were hesitant. After a long time, Wu Yan took a deep breath and his gaze sharpened. Let's go. Sylph nodded. She followed Wu Yan as they entered the passage. Wu Yen and Sylph didn't notice anything amiss. The moment they entered the passageway, a series of ripples appeared around the passageway, turning into a fluorescent light that resembled the surface of the water. Wu Yen and Sylph entered the passage and it looked like they just walked into a calm lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake as they disappeared into the water. The cave once again returned to its usual deathly stillness. The moment they entered the entrance, Wu Yen and Sylph felt a blinding light that forced them to close their eyes. Before they could react, the light disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, they were no longer in a cold and gloomy cave. Instead, it was a miraculous sight. A truly miraculous sight. In this place, there were no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. In all directions, there was a barrier formed by water waves. Wu Yen and Sylph looked like they are standing on water. Every step they took caused ripples to appear on the surface of the water. The walls around them are also made of water. Above their heads, there are tree roots as thick as a mountain peak. It's a majestic sight to behold. As for how big this place is, the two of them have no idea. It feels big and small at the same time. It's a strange feeling. In front of Wu Yen and Sylph are 7 pools of different sizes and colors. The colors of the water in the pool were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The colors were exactly the same as the colors of the rainbow. Together with the palaces formed by the water in all directions, calling it a wonder would be an understatement. Wu Yen and Sylph regained their senses from the beautiful scenery around them. They scanned their surroundings and when they made sure they were out of the cave, they looked at each other in confusion. Wu Yen looked around and smiled with uncertainty. It shouldn't be another dream, right? It's not a dream. This isn't a dream. Natsuki's voice came from inside Wu Yan's body. You're very conscious right now. I can feel it. Is that so? Wu Yen asked with a bitter smile. It can't be helped. The scenery in front of them is too beautiful. It's so beautiful that it feels like it's not real. It was understandable for him to think of it as a dream. Chapter 1090. It's not a dream. Following Natsuki's words, Sylph also voiced her opinion in a cold voice. Although this place is a little too dreamy, there's a strong sense of presence here that's not present in dreams. Inside the cave, Sylph has fallen into dreamscapes countless times. She now has a certain understanding of them. That's why her words don't sound very convincing. However, given Sylph's personality, the fact that she can say something like this means that she has a lot of confidence in her feelings. Also, Sylph seemed to realize that her words aren't very convincing. She slowly closed her eyes and opened them again. A surge of icy blue mana surged out from her body. My mana has recovered. Wu Yen was stunned when he saw the icy blue mana surging around Sylph. He quickly raised his hand to circulate the mana in his body. Wu Yen easily ignited the magic power that could only circulate and not be mobilized. Wu Yen raised his hand and the magic power started swirling around him like a whirlwind. It looked like a flame in the middle of a fire. It's extremely agile. It had only been 2 or 3 days since his mana had been shackled, but now, it seemed that his mana had been shackled. Wu Yen felt a sense of nostalgia when he tried to circulate his mana again. With a thought, the mana flame in his hand began to change shape. Such outstanding control over magic power was probably at the pinnacle of all life forms that cultivated magic power. This is all thanks to Wu Yan's infinite arms refinement. If he didn't, he would have to practice for at least a few hundred years to reach his current level of control over mana. Only then would he be able to reach this level, of course. Wu Yen isn't the only one who's basking in the joy of regaining mana. Even Sylph couldn't help but feel excited. She circulated her mana around her body. After a while, she finally regained her mana. After a while, the two of them recovered. They retracted all their mana back into their bodies. Shortly after, their attention was drawn to the 7 colorful ponds. Is this the core palace of the domain of gods? Wu Yen scratched his head. He sounded suspicious. Didn't you say that the treasures of the domain of gods are in the core palace? How come I don't see anything? All right. Sylph nodded. She remained silent for a while. Then, She started walking towards the 7 rainbow-like pools. Wu Yan shrugged and followed after her. In front of him, there were 7 pools of different colors and sizes arranged in an irregular pattern. The bright-colored water surface didn't have any ripples. Vaguely, waves of fluorescent light of the same color as the water in the pools rippled on the surface of the water, twisting like an aurora. It was very dazzling. There were 7 pools of different colors and sizes. The largest one was about 100 meters tall, while the smallest one was less than 10 meters tall. The difference was huge. Wu Yan and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the smallest one. They lowered their heads and looked into the red water. The water in the pool was bright but clear. There wasn't a hint of filth in it. When Wu Yan and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the distorted glow on the surface of the red pool flickered and condensed into a line of words. Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 6th entered the domain of gods. Wu Yan and Sylph felt relieved when they saw this line of words. They looked at the other 6 pools with more understanding. The minimum requirement to enter the domain of gods is to be a member of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan. One must also be at least rank 6. Since there were pools for 6th-stage cultivators, then there should be pools for 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage, or even demigod stage cultivators, right? Thinking of this, the 2 of them left the red pool and strolled around the pools of other colors. The truth was just as the 2 of them had imagined. The orange pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 7th enter the domain of gods." The yellow pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 8th enter the domain of gods." The green pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The green pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The blue pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The 6 pools of different colors symbolize the difference between the ranks of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan. According to the words, only those who meet the requirements can enter the domain of gods. Apart from them, no one else can enter. Wu Yan has already tried this. Apart from the green pool, Wu Yan has also tried the red, orange, yellow, green, and blue pools. When he stepped on them, it was as if he was standing outside. Wu Yan could only stand on the surface of the water, he couldn't enter the water. Only the green pool soaked his feet when he stepped on it. This means that only the green pool can be accessed by Wu Yan. Sylph was the same. However, the pool she can enter is yellow. Only the purple pool, which is also the largest one, didn't have any words on it. Naturally, this strange pool attracted Wu Yan and Sylph's attention. Both of them can see that the requirements of the 7 pools are related to the size of the pool. The larger the pool, the higher the rank of the person who can enter it. If the treasures in the place of gods were in these pools, then the value of the treasures in these pools would be determined based on the level and size of the treasures marked on the pools. In other words, the larger the pool and the higher the rank of the pool, the more valuable the treasure and the more powerful the effect. In that case, if there were treasures in this unmarked purple pool, which was larger than the blue pool at the demigod level, what level would they be at? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan and Sylph approached the purple pool. They were the closest to it. Buzz. Suddenly, the purple pool in front of the 2 of them began to tremble. Wu Yan and Sylph were shocked. They wanted to back away, but a long whistling sound came from the bottom of the purple pool. It echoed throughout the entire palace. Before Wu Yan could react, the crimson spatial ripples of the Gate of Babylon appeared on its own. However, it was different from the usual opening of the Gate of Babylon. This time, the crimson spatial ripples fluctuated violently and spread rapidly. Even the ripples were trembling, as if they were hit by something. Not long after, a small stream of light flashed out from within. Wu Yan watched as the small ray of light shot out from the Gate of Babylon like a beast that just broke free from its cage and shot towards the purple pool. He caught the ray of light and held it tightly in his palm. It was then that Wu Yan and Sylph realized that the ray of light was a black ring. The ring of power. The moment they saw the black ring, their expressions froze. Ring of power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the purple pool trembled violently. It was like a mother who saw her child in the hands of a bad person. The whistling sound from the pool became more and more urgent. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the ring of power after witnessing all of this. It seems like the key to the ring of power is inside the purple pool. Let's go in together. Sylph said without hesitation. No way. Wu Yan didn't even think about it before objecting. Nobody can be sure that there's nothing inside the pool other than the key to the ring of power. If Sylph goes in, their trip to the domain of gods will be in vain. Chapter 1091. Sylph once said that she doesn't have high hopes for the god domain. She believes that even without the help of the god domain, she can still reach unimaginable heights. You can call it self-confidence, pride, or even self-deception, but her words are true. She doesn't have high expectations for the domain of gods. She isn't even curious about it. After all, she's the Ice Princess. Regardless, Sylph is still the most outstanding member of the royal family of the other two empires. She's the most dazzling prodigy among the younger generation of the 3 royals and the 9 great clans. If a prodigy like her doesn't gain anything from the domain of gods, she'll be looked down upon by the 3 empires and the 9 great clans once she leaves the domain of gods. When that happens, Sylph will fall from her pedestal. Of course, with Sylph's personality, she won't listen to those who belittle her. However, Wu Yan doesn't want to see that happen. Ever since Sylph confided in him and he accepted her as his fiancée, Wu Yan made up his mind. For the sake of his fiancée, he must pass the test of the divine tree and come to the core palace. Now that he is here, Sylph can get whatever she wants from the god domain. Wu Yan won't let her give up on the chance to evolve. She would accompany him into the purple pool, which he didn't know if it would bring him any benefits, to search for the key to open the ring of power. Sylph seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. Her eyes flickered and she spoke resolutely. I don't care. But I do. Wu Yan raised his voice. He had a serious expression on his face. Since you're already here, all you need to do is to enter the yellow pool and you'll be able to obtain the opportunity to transform. Not only will your talent be improved, but your strength will also increase greatly. There's really no need for you to follow me in for a groundless key. This isn't just about you. Sylph looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes. This is about the safety of the entire Spalier world. I am the princess of the Ailu Empire. I will not run away from this. Then let me ask you, what can you do even if you enter the pool? Wu Yan said angrily. Let's not talk about the situation inside. If I can't handle it, I will. Do you think you can handle it? Sylph didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yan with her emotionless eyes. Her eyes are filled with stubbornness. Obviously. She didn't give up on entering the purple pool with Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt angry and helpless at the same time. He clenched his teeth and he said something that made Sylph's heart skip a beat. I know you don't care about what others think, but what about your own feelings? With his height advantage, Wu Yan looked at Sylph's pretty face. Don't you think that your current strength isn't enough to stand by my side? Sylph's eyes rippled violently. She lowered her head and remained silent. I may have just entered Tier 9, but no one in the entire Spalier world can break through to Tier 9 at my age. Wu Yan said something so insolent for once. I am confident that I can reach demigod rank in 5 years. Sylph looked up at Wu Yan with surprise. Demigod rank in 5 years? Does he know what he's talking about? If it was that easy to reach demigod rank, how could there only be 5 out of the billions of cultivators in Silveria? Among them, the 3 guardian gods had to rely on the support of the land of divine spirits to become demigods. Without the land of divine spirits, they wouldn't have the confidence to reach demigod rank. Under such circumstances, where did Wu Yan get the confidence to say he could reach demigod rank in 5 years? Even if I can't reach demigod rank in 5 years, I am confident that I can reach peak Tier 9. Wu Yan's words struck a chord in Sylph's heart. As for you, Sylph, are you confident that you can reach Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph remained silent. In the history of Silveria, the youngest person to reach the 9th tier was only 35 years old. Wu Yen reached Tier 9 in his 20s and broke the record of being the most talented person in the Spalier world. Sylph may be a few years younger than Wu Yen, who spent 3 years in the sword and saber world, but she didn't dare say that she was more talented than a 35-year-old super genius. In other words, even if she can reach Tier 9, she doesn't think she can do it before 35 years old. But now, she still had more than 10 years to go before she turned 35. Reaching Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph has a strong sense of pride, but that doesn't equate to arrogance. That's why she can't make that kind of promise. If she can get help from the domain of gods, then she might be able to do it. Sylph doesn't want Wu Yen to shoulder the fate of the Spalier world alone. But at the same time, with Sylph's pride, she wouldn't be willing to hide behind her other half. At the very least, she has to be qualified to stand beside Wu Yen. She has to admit that the current Sylph is far away from Wu Yen. Perhaps, the domain of gods will give her the chance to stand beside Wu Yen. Sylph was caught in a dilemma with 2 choices and 2 objectives. Wu Yan's next sentence dispelled all of Sylph's hesitation. Did you know? Among the girls around me, even the weakest one has the strength of a peak Tier 8. Sylph's heart tightened. She clenched her hands into fists. Among the girls around me, even the weakest one has the strength of a peak Tier 8? Sylph is only a mid-Tier 8 right now. Wu Yan's heart softened when he saw how Sylph lowered her head. He grabbed Sylph's shoulders and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't mind if it's me. I've never expected my other half to be able to keep up with me. But with your personality, I'm sure you'll regret it in the future." Of course. You should know the other reasons better than I do. You might not care about it, but I don't want to see it. I can't bear to see it. Wu Yen raised her head and looked into her eyes. Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you give it up, I will feel sorry for you. The light in Sylph's eyes flickered. After a long time, she finally nodded. She turned around and walked towards the yellow pool. Sylph stopped at the edge of the pool. She didn't look back, but she left a message. Be careful. Mana surged from her body and she leaped into the yellow pool. She disappeared from Wu Yan's sight with a splash. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and complained. Good thing I convinced her. I was afraid she would be too stubborn. You should be happy that your little girlfriend wants to be with you so badly. Natsuki's voice was barely audible. You have the system, don't you? There should be items in the system that have the same effect as the items in the domain of gods, right? Why are you so against it? Well, that's true. But don't you think it's weird to give up on the treasures in front of you and pay the price to get a replacement? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Besides, as I said, if something unexpected happens in the pool, it's not wise to drag Sylph down with us. It's fine as long as you think it's fine. Natsuki said nonchalantly. That's fine too. At least you can use your girlfriend's strong self-esteem in the right place. She should be able to improve by leaps and bounds after leaving the domain of gods, right? Be careful not to let her catch up to you. Well, I don't have that much self-esteem and I'm not a male chauvinist. Wu Yen smiled and waved his hand. But no matter what, our method of improvement is different from Sylph's. If you push me too far, I will challenge all the Tier 9 powerhouses in the Spalier world. Wu Yen turned around and he looked at the purple pool that is still trembling. He gripped the ring of power in his hand and he jumped into the pool. Ripples appeared on the surface of the pool, and as time passed, the ripples slowly disappeared. What Wu Yen didn't know is that this is the first time anyone has entered the purple pool since its creation. Chapter 1092. The purple water ripples like poison. The water in the purple pool looked like some kind of poisonous liquid, but the clear colors strangely gave people a feeling of vitality. Bubbles of various sizes fused and supported each other in the limited space. From the outside, the purple pool covered an area of more than 100 square meters, which was considered very wide. But in fact, the pool water inside was even deeper. Since entering the purple pool, Wu Yen has been diving down at breakneck speed. He didn't use a lot of speed or teleport, but he's still moving at a speed of 10 meters per second. Even so, It has been 15 minutes since he entered stealth, and he still hasn't seen the bottom of the cave. Fortunately, he used a skill to move freely underwater before entering the pool. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's lung capacity, who knows how many times he would have died. As a true ancestor, even if he died, he would be able to come back to life. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes roamed around the purple pool, trying to find something. Unfortunately, all he can see is the same purple pool. Other than that, Wu Yan hasn't even seen the bottom of the pool. One can only imagine how deep the pool is. While diving down, he looked at the ring of power on his finger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the pool, he would have died. Wu Yan wanted to take a deep breath to suppress his impulsive emotions. If you look closely, you can see that the ring of power on Wu Yan's finger is emitting a faint and gentle light. This phenomenon is enough to explain a lot of things. For example, the key to the ring of power is in the purple pool. Another example is that it's time to open the ring of power. That was what he said when he saw God Ailu's projection in the Ailu Empire's treasury. If one day the disaster Ailu spoke of happens, then he would be able to search for the key to open the ring of power in the land of God according to the destination on the map that he gave him. But the location with the key to open the ring of power had been sealed by Ailu. Only when the disaster is about to happen, the seal will be lifted. At that time, with the ring of power, he will have the qualifications to enter the land of gods. Now, in this purple pool, there was a high possibility that the key to opening the ring of power was in there. If what Ailu's projection said is true, then there should be a seal placed on the purple pool. But I'm here. In other words, the disaster Ailu spoke of is about to happen. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little restless. Disaster or whatever, it's a really unrealistic and troublesome word. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. He sorted out his thoughts and he increased his speed. He cut through the purple water around him and he flew down in a straight line. Time quietly passed. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the purple world that had never changed before had a different shade of color. The talking eyes lit up and he increased his speed as he dived down. His gaze locked on to the corner of the cave that is flashing with a different color as he got closer and closer to it. As Wu Yan dived deeper and deeper, the bottom of the purple pool appeared. At the bottom of the pool, Wu Yan could see a palace shining with a crystalline light. 1. The moment he saw the palace, the ring of power in Wu Yan's hand shook. The gentle light it emitted became brighter. Seeing this, Wu Yan muttered to himself for a moment. He used a spatial magic and instantly appeared above the palace. The entire palace was bronze in color, just like the imperial palaces of the old era. It wasn't dazzling with gold and jade, but there was an extremely ancient aura reverberating from it, as if it was trying to prove to outsiders that it had gone through a very long period of time. Feeling that ancient aura, for a moment, Wu Yan felt like he saw the river of time. Even his mind went blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he looked down at the palace with a slightly shocked expression. It was just a palace, but it had the effect of intimidating people. Even Wu Yan, who had reached the 9th stage, couldn't avoid it. This palace in front of him was extraordinary. 1. On his finger, the ring of power became brighter and brighter. It even vibrated as if urging Wu Yan to hurry up and enter the palace. This made Wu Yan hesitate for a while. When perhaps it felt Wu Yan's hesitation, the ring of power became impatient. With a strong vibration, it shot directly towards the palace. Naturally, Wu Yan, whose finger was still connected to the ring of power, was caught off guard and was brought over by the ring of power. Wu Yan didn't have time to think about what's going on before he was sent crashing into the wall of the palace by the force of the ring. Just as Wu Yan was waiting for the pain to come, who knew that the moment he touched the palace wall, his body passed through the palace wall. He didn't even feel the slightest touch. It was as if he didn't hit anything but a mirage. His vision blurred and he entered the palace. In the air, Wu Yan floated in the air and scanned his surroundings. This was the interior of the palace. It was surrounded by bronze walls, and the ceiling was also covered by a thick bronze barrier. It was hard to believe that someone had just come in through that barrier. Other than the 4 bronze walls, the ceiling and the floor, there was nothing else in the palace. No, it's not that there's nothing. At the very least, at the end of the palace, there was a normal-sized ancient tree that looked like the guardian tree. In front of the ancient tree, there was a small pool. After silently observing the interior of the palace for a while, Wu Yan could only discover these things. What was strange was that the palace was clearly at the bottom of the purple pool, but the inside of the palace was completely hollow. Not only was there air, there was even a small breeze that kept floating in here. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed inexplicably. As expected of the realm of gods, whether it's the core palace or here, there are all kinds of strange things. I've learned a lot. His body slowly flew towards the ancient tree and the pool. As he flew, he kept descending. When his feet touched the ground, Wu Yan was already at the edge of the pool. First, he looked at the pool in front of him. This time, the water in the pool was very normal. It wasn't colorful, it was transparent and clear. It was very, very normal water. On the surface, it looked like this. Then Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ancient tree, sizing it up. Buzz buzz. The ring of power trembled violently, the light it emitted became more and more intense. It was very dazzling in the dark palace. As if it was responding to the ring of power, the green leaves on the ancient tree's crown flickered with a faint green light. It slowly circulated on the surface of the tree. Buzz buzz buzz. The ring of power became more and more violent. Wu Yan could clearly feel a force that was neither strong nor weak reverberating in his hand. Looking at the ring of power in his hand, Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. Then he pulled out the ring of power from his finger and threw it into the air. Buzz! Like a wild beast that regained its freedom, the ring of power trembled again and let out a joyful buzz. It hovered in the air for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the ancient tree. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the ring of power arrived at the ancient tree's trunk. Its flying figure suddenly stopped and sank into the tree trunk. As the ring of power sank into the tree trunk, the part of the ancient tree that was invaded by the ring of power became transparent. The ring of power's figure was clearly floating inside. Wu Yan could also see threads of light flowing into the ring of power. Rustle, rustle. Just as the ring of power entered the tree trunk, the ancient tree suddenly shook, and the sound of leaves rubbing against each other echoed in the palace. The green light circulating on the tree crown expanded and projected out. It gradually condensed into a figure. Chapter 1093. In the space where the soft light was flowing, the figure that emerged seemed to be in the water, floating up and down without being affected by gravity amidst the rustling sound of the ancient trees rubbing against each other. Such an incredible scene gave off an extremely natural feeling, as though it was supposed to be like this. The entire scene was completely natural. Looking at the blurry figure, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. It was for no other reason than the fact that he had seen this figure once before. It's in the Ailu Imperial Palace's treasury. That was the projection of the divine-level expert Ailu. This figure doesn't have a face or form, it's just a luangua. No one would be able to tell who this person is, but Wu Yan is 100% sure that this is Ailu. It wasn't just because of his speculation about the current situation. More importantly, this figure didn't have the slightest bit of aura, but it seemed to be indomitable and exuded a suffocating sense of existence. So far, Wu Yan had only encountered such a person in one situation. That was when he was in the Ailu Empire's treasury. Staring closely at the floating figure, Wu Yan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was no longer affected by the natural presence. As though sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the floating figure paused and stopped. The head of the figure wriggled slightly, as if it was lowering its head. At this moment, if the figure had a line of sight, it should have been on Wu Yan. A familiar voice filled with vicissitudes of life reverberated through the entire bronze palace like an echo. Sigh. It was obviously just a projection, but the sighs that contained various complex emotions were well expressed. Listening to the endless sighs, Wu Yan suddenly had a feeling. He felt that the god-level expert in front of him was very powerful. He seemed a little pitiful. This feeling puzzled Wu Yan because he couldn't explain why he felt this way. AI Lu's projection sighed and spoke up. This day has finally come. With this opening sentence, Ai Lu's voice became somewhat sorrowful. Even though I knew this day would come, I didn't wish for it to happen. But I really don't wish for it to come. After all, it's only a disaster caused by people like us who think we're infallible. Yet, the later generations have to bear all the consequences. This is too unfair. A disaster caused by you guys? Wu Yan frowned and lowered his head as if he was thinking of something. Could it be the so-called disaster was caused by Ai Lu and the other god-level experts? Before Wu Yan could answer this question, the projection changed the topic, interrupting Wu Yan's train of thought. I don't know who the descendant is. Maybe it's someone from the three empires' royal families, or maybe it's someone who obtained my 3 rings and met my projection. Since you're here, it means the Spalier world is not far from a disaster. Ai Lu's voice sounded self-deprecating. Actually, in the beginning, I chose the location of the ring. When I was choosing the place to place the key to open the ring of power, I was troubled as well. I didn't know which place was the most suitable. However, that kind of trouble is only brought about by oneself. With my ability, if I didn't want anyone to find the way to open the ring, no one but a god-level expert would be able to do it. When he said this, his voice is still filled with self-deprecation. However, that faint arrogance of looking down on the world was clearly expressed, causing Wu Yan's heart to tighten. I'm so confident, but I chose to seal the key to open the ring of power in the land of God. Is it because the land of God has our means and the protection of the guardian tree, so it's very safe? Ai Lu shook his head, his mocking laughter echoing in the air. No, the reason why I sealed the key to open the ring of power in the land of gods was because I was deceiving myself. After all, no one can enter the realm of gods except for the royals of the 3 empires. I sealed the 3 rings outside the realm of gods so the guardians can't get them. No matter if it's sealing the 3 rings instead of choosing to leave them in the 3 great imperial families or sealing the key to open the ring of power in the land of God that no one can enter other than the 3 great imperial families and the guardian clans, it's just me deceiving myself. How sad. How sad. Wu Yan was stunned, but he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That's right. Since Ai Lu knew that a great calamity would happen and prepared countermeasures, he should entrust these countermeasures to his descendants so that they could deal with it in time when a great calamity really happens. That's the most effective way, isn't it? However, not only did Ai Lu not do that, he sealed the method to deal with the disaster in a place no one knows about. He even sealed the key in the realm of gods where no one can enter except for the royals of the 3 empires and the guardians. It's not only a huge waste of effort, it's also a huge risk. After all, Ai Lu had no way of confirming that someone would be able to enter the location where the 3 rings were sealed in time and successfully obtain them before the calamity struck. He also couldn't be sure that the person with the 3 rings would be able to see the projection he left in the imperial treasury. He also couldn't be sure that the person who obtained the 3 rings would be from the royals of the 3 empires and enter the realm of gods. Even a god-rank expert can't predict the future. There were so many risks, but Ai Lu still chose to take such a risky step. Subconsciously, he didn't want anyone to have the means to deal with the disaster. It's not that he wanted the Spalier world to be destroyed, it's because once the method to deal with the disaster is found, it means the disaster is about to happen. Ai Lu didn't want to see the disaster happen, but he knew it was impossible. That's why he chose to lie to himself and comfort himself. If the method to deal with the disaster doesn't appear, it means the disaster hasn't arrived yet. With this thought in mind, Ai Lu chose to take the risk. Just like he said, Ai Lu decided to take the risk. He's lying to himself. Wu Yan didn't know what made a god-tier expert fall so low to the point of deceiving herself and others. She even did something so irrational. But he kind of got the gist of it. He now understands why Ai Lu is so pitiful. The tree in the palace is the sapling of the guardian tree. Ai Lu brought up the topic again. Wu Yan looked at the ancient tree in shock. This sapling hasn't been infused with our divine power, so it doesn't have the same power as the guardian tree. However, the guardian tree is a treasure that can open space channels, create dreams, illusions, and defend against enemies to a certain extent. Although this sapling of the guardian tree is not very powerful, it has one more ability than the guardian tree, which is the ability to break all seals and barriers. With the help of this sapling, the seal on the ring of power will be broken in about 3 days. AI Lu turned around and pointed at the pond in front of the guardian tree sapling. The water in the pool is also a treasure. It has a miraculous effect. You'll know what it is once you enter it. Consider it a small compensation for the sins we have committed against you. Ailu's projection put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky as if he was reminiscing about something. His sigh echoed throughout the entire space. A God-rank expert is just someone who has reached the peak of their power. If there is an omnipotent God in this world, please protect the Spalier world. The ethereal prayer became the last trace of Ailu's projection in this world. Then, with a shake of his body, he turned into a sky full of light spots. Chapter 1094. As the starlight dissipated, the soft light on the guardian tree's crown continued to circulate. Inside the tree trunk, the dark ring of power was moving up and down as it was filled with streams of liquid. It was like the heart of the guardian tree sapling. As it rotated, there was a faint rhythmic heartbeat sound. This faint heartbeat sound became the only sound in the entire palace. Wu Yan watched Ailu's projection scatter into the starlight. Ailu's prayer echoed in his heart. He was speechless for a long time. If he prayed for the Spalier world, that means Ailu didn't want anything to happen to the Spalier world. If that's the case, why did he choose to deceive himself when the Spalier world was facing such a great threat? What happened to make a God-rank powerhouse fall to such a state? What did these God-rank powerhouses do to cause a disaster that could threaten the entire Spalier world? All of these questions piled up in Wu Yan's mind, causing him to feel a bit vexed. He quickly shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it. Wu Yan put down all his questions and began to observe the ring of power. Do you need 3 days? Wu Yan stopped paying attention to the ring of power after mumbling to himself. He looked at the pool in front of the guardian tree. A pool with miraculous effects? He looked at the water in the pool curiously. It's just ordinary water. There's nothing special about it. If there's anything special about it, it's that the water is very clear. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. In the end, he decided to follow Ailu's advice and try the miraculous water. He was the only one in the palace. Wu Yan didn't need to be cautious. He took off all his clothes and walked to the edge of the pool. He slowly dipped his feet into the water. The pool wasn't very deep, even when they reached the deepest part of the pool. It reached Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan looked around the pool. Then, he touched his chest and was puzzled. Didn't they say it has miraculous effects? Why does it feel like I'm taking a bath? Wu Yan's doubtful expression changed the moment he said that. He saw. The surface of the water, which was originally calm, suddenly became turbulent. Like boiling water, the pool began to boil violently. Huge bubbles began to appear on the surface of the boiling water, accompanied by the sound of bursting at the boiling point. The entire pool was surging up. Then, the boiling water flowed into his pores and into his body as if it was being absorbed by him. Wu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed his body's condition. The pool is still bubbling, bubbles are popping out of it. The clear water from the pool is flowing up his body and into his pores. It is pouring into his pores. Wu Yan's skin gradually became rosy. His face was also a little red. It looked like he was boiled by the water or soaked in a hot spring. However, if one looked closely at Wu Yan's face, they would see a trace of astonishment. This trace of astonishment gradually turned into ecstasy as time passed and the water poured into the pool. At this time, in Wu Yan's body, a large amount of clear water from the outside seemed to be washing everything in his body. It turned into a torrent and rushed at an extremely fast speed. The faint sound of water burst out from the depths of Wu Yan's body. The torrent of water rushed through Wu Yan's body again and again. Under this violent wash, everything in Wu Yan's body was slowly changing. His internal organs and tissues became more resilient. His body's essence was constantly rising. Even his five senses were continuously strengthening. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wu Yan's magic power and blood vessels were also changing under the effect of the pool water. If someone could directly see Wu Yan's body, then they would see that the constantly pouring pool water was slowly melting into Wu Yan's body, seeping into all of his internal organs and flesh. It even merged into his blood and magic power. Under the effect of the pool water, Wu Yan's originally incomparably powerful magic power began to vibrate, constantly shrinking and then suddenly expanding. With each contraction, the purity of the magic power would undergo a qualitative change. With each expansion, the magic power in his body would also rise to a stronger level than before. With the continuous contraction and expansion, the powerful magic power not only became more and more pure, but even the magic power received an extremely terrifying increase. Furthermore, this scene was still going on. Compared to the changes in magic power, the changes in blood were even more obvious. In the blood vessels, the blood of a true ancestor would sometimes speed up, sometimes slow down, sometimes violent, and sometimes calm like a stream. It was abnormally active. Traces of clear pool water melted into the blood and then fiercely rushed out. Under this action, the clear pool water that originally flowed in the body gradually became turbid. The situation with the blood was the opposite. With each turbid drop in the pool water, the dark red color of the blood deepened by a bit. In the end, the blood flowing in the blood vessels flickered like a gem. However, the scouring of the pool water was still going on. The clear pool water endlessly poured into Wu Yan's body and turned into a torrent, washing everything in Wu Yan's body. In the process of washing, the clear pool water became more and more turbid. When it completely turned black, it directly vaporized into a wisp of smoke, leaving Wu Yan's mouth and nose as he breathed. Under the scouring of the pool water, everything in Wu Yan's body was developing in a good direction. His physical strength became stronger, his magic power became more powerful, and even his blood was subliming. If one had to use a word to describe Wu Yan's state, then it could only be, he was evolving. He was transforming. Every part of his body was transforming. This so-called transformation was different from the transformations that the three empires and the guardian clans received in the domain of gods. There were only two types of transformations they received, either their cultivation talent and aptitude increased, or their physical strength increased. This was also the main reason why the three deities had created the land of the gods. However, Wu Yan's transformation was different. Not only did his cultivation talent and aptitude increase, but his body was also improving. Ai Lu was right, the pool water does have a miraculous effect. Just as Wu Yan was enjoying the transformation of his body, his blood suddenly went berserk. Then, several different voices sounded in the depths of his mind. Wu Yan was startled. Before he could react, the magic power in his body suddenly surged out and turned into a bloody mist. It floated out of Wu Yan's body and then slightly distorted to condense into three medium-sized figures. The next moment, screams and screams filled the air above the pool. At the same time, Wu Yan heard the sounds of bodies splashing into the water along with the screams. What's going on? This is... On the surface of the water, the figure who fell into the water poked his head out of the water in an extremely sorry state. His mouth was still emitting cries of shock as if he didn't realize his current situation. Only then did Wu Yan get a clear view of the figure who entered the water together with him. Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon. Sensei. Nagisa and Kanon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wu Yan's voice. However, they still looked at each other in confusion. Of course. After all, he was still in a dream a second ago. When he woke up, he found himself in midair and fell into a pool without any explanation. Anyone would be confused. Natsuki was the only one who was awake. She looked around and raised an eyebrow. As for Wu Yan, his expression and even his entire body stiffened. That's because the three beautiful girls in the pool with him are completely naked. Chapter 1095. Wu Yan almost rubbed his eyes when he saw the three fair and tender bodies. He wanted to confirm if this was real. Unfortunately, he already saw Natsuki's body, Nagisa's body after the apron incident, and Kanon's body when she was modifying her spirituality evolution spell model. Wu Yan was certain. Everything in front of him was real. Can he choose whether or not to let his familiar wear clothes when he summons them? This somewhat brainless question flashed through his mind. Wu Yan's gaze never left the three seductive bodies in front of him. For a moment he just stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Teacher. Nagisa and Kanon were worried when they saw Wu Yan looking at them in a daze. They didn't realize that they were clean. They walked towards Wu Yan with the water in the pool. Are you sick? Nagisa and Kanon didn't notice that Wu Yan's gaze followed them as they got closer. They walked up to Wu Yan and touched Wu Yan's forehead while the other touched Wu Yan's face. These two naive girls really thought that Wu Yan was sick. Wu Yan didn't resist. He allowed Nagisa and Kanon to do whatever they wanted to him. He stared at the two girls who probably aren't even 15 years old yet. Their fists are about to go up against him. The expression on his face was a little unnatural. He wanted to reach out and grab them, but he was afraid that he would be punished by the girls. Kanon was fine. Even if he pushed her down, she wouldn't complain at all. Natsuki, on the other hand, was a different story, this temperamental legal loli. Sometimes even Wu Yan can't figure out what she's thinking. Nagisa was the opposite. She was too easy to read. Wu Yan knew that he could do whatever he wanted when there were only the two of them. However, if he did anything in front of other people, she would be furious. She would beat him up without hesitation. So, Wu Yan could only use his eyes to take advantage of her. He wanted to do other things but didn't have the courage to do so. He was a typical pervert. He was conflicted. In the eyes of the two naive girls, his conflicted look is something to be worried about. They stuck their bodies to Wu Yan's body and each of them hugged one of his arms. Sensei, what's wrong? We have something to tell you. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Her big red eyes were filled with concern. Nagisa will be very, very, very angry if I hide it from her. Sensei. Kanon didn't talk as much as Nagisa. She looked straight at Wu Yan's face with her green eyes. Her pure gaze made Wu Yan feel guilty. Nagisa and Kanon were worriedly leaning into Wu Yan's arms. Natsuki's delicate face showed a hint of helplessness. If you two want him to come back to normal, think of a way to cover your bodies. Bodies? Nagisa and Kanon were stunned. They reflexively looked at their own bodies. When they saw their cool bodies, the two girls were stunned. Yua. Nagisa looked at her own body and then at Wu Yan, who had a fake smile on his face. Nagisa's face turned red at a visible speed. She rolled her eyes and finally, she couldn't hold back her shyness. She buried her head into the water with a whimper. Kanon was much calmer than Nagisa. She blushed and she squatted down bashfully. She hid her voluptuous figure in the water, but her green eyes were still glued to Wu Yan. Her eyes were filled with the desire to violate the rules. Wu Yan was a little disappointed to see his benefits disappear before his eyes. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Natsuki. Natsuki snorted. Her face was expressionless. She didn't try to hide her body like Nagisa and Kanon. She just stood there. It's unknown if she was pretending to be calm or if she really didn't care that Wu Yan saw her naked body. Of course, it doesn't matter if she's covered up or not. Because Natsuki is small, even if she stood there straight, the water would reach her shoulders. Under the cover of the boiling water, nothing could be seen. There was no difference at all. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed for some reason. After a moment of pity, Wu Yan hurriedly asked, "How did you get out? I didn't release you." "I can roughly guess the reason." Natsuki nodded and glanced at the boiling water. "It should be because of the water, right?" "The water? Doesn't it have the ability to purify and strengthen the human body?" Natsuki furrowed her brows and calmly said, "Individuals who come into contact with the pond water will be purified and strengthened by the pond water. If this is the premise, then it is expected that we will suddenly leave your body. After all, Even though we're your familiars, we're a little special. We have physical bodies and can trigger the effects of the water. Wu Yan got a clearer picture of the situation. In other words, because you exist in my body, the effects of the pool water were triggered by you, so the pool water forced you out to be purified and strengthened by it? If you have eyes, you can tell at a glance. Natsuki lifted her chin and looked at her own body. Wu Yan followed Natsuki's line of sight and looked at her petite figure. He also saw the water rushing into Natsuki's body as it bobbed up and down in the pool. Wu Yan smiled. That's good. With the purification and strengthening of the water, your strength should increase by quite a bit, right? That might have been the case in the past. Natsuki pursed her lips. But now we're your familiars. Only when you, the host, have enough mana will we be able to grow stronger. As for us, I don't know about Natsuki Nagisa and Hane's cannon, but I don't have any mana left. If I want to use magic, I can only borrow mana from you. So, this pool water can at most increase our physical attributes or ability strength. The fundamental increase still depends on you, that's not bad. Wu Yan's lips curved upwards. With the help of the water, my mana will increase by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, the two of you will be able to grow stronger as well. Na Yu calmly nodded and closed her eyes to observe the changes in her body. Nagisa, who heard Wu Yan and Natsuki's conversation, also closed her eyes. Of course, Nagisa didn't know much about the changes in her body. After all, she's just a normal middle school girl. She sank her consciousness into her body and handed over control to another personality. 1 or 2 seconds later, Nagisa's petite body emitted a faint blue light, just like when Aurora used her body to move. What was different was that the blue light only lasted for a short while before it dimmed down. When the figure inside appeared again, it had changed greatly. Long golden hair rippled like rainbows, blue eyes with flickering flames, and a demeanor like that of a fairy. It's Aurora, the previous generation's fourth primogenitor, Aurora. However, the fourth ancestor's face was filled with panic when she appeared. She didn't know what to do. Clearly, Nagisa didn't ask for her permission before she was swapped out. Wu Yan was surprised to see Aurora appear. You can change your form when you're swapping personalities? Is it because you've become a familiar? Upon hearing Wu Yan's voice, the panicked Aurora froze. Her face flushed red as she placed her hands in front of her to protect herself. She pretended to be arrogant and called out, "Do not look at me with such perverted eyes." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Aurora's voluptuous body and revealed a dazzling smile. "You Chinibu previous generation's fourth primogenitor. Looks like your master needs to teach you how to be a proper person." Aurora shuddered at the sight of Wu Yan's dazzling smile. She had a bad premonition. Chapter 1096. Inside the ancient palace, the sapling of the guardian tree persistently emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire dark space. Inside the pool, Wu Yan, Natsuki, Cannon, and Aurora had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping. They didn't move at all. The bubbling water in the pool split into 4 torrents as it flowed into their bodies, purifying and strengthening their bodies. This scene continued until now after Wu Yan used some unknown method to teach Agurola a lesson. During this time, the 4 of them didn't say a word. They didn't even open their eyes. They just quietly stayed in the pool, enduring the purification and strengthening of the water. Those who didn't know would think that they had already fainted. Therefore, the entire bronze palace returned to its previous deathly silence. The only signs of activity were the liquid flowing into the rings of power from the guardian tree sapling, the soft green light emitted from the tree crown, and the pool water that continued to flow into Wu Yan, Natsuki, Cannon, and Agurola's bodies. In this deathly silent environment, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days, the boiling level of the water in the pool was much lower than before. Even the water level had decreased by a lot. In the beginning, the deepest part of the pool was as deep as Wu Yan's chest. But now, it's not as deep as before. But now, the water level could only reach Wu Yan's abdomen. 5 days had passed, but the 4 people in the pool still showed no signs of opening their eyes. In the pool, although the boiling level of the pool water was gradually decreasing, it was still pouring into their bodies, but the speed had decreased by quite a bit. In addition, the speed of the water flow was getting slower and slower. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the purification and strengthening of the pool water completely stopped. At that time, Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola would wake up. In fact, in these 5 days, Yizichin had been very careful. Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola didn't open their eyes at all. There was no movement at all, but the 3 of them were still conscious. While observing the changes in their bodies, they also observed the changes in Wu Yan's body through their connection with the host. It could be said that, in these 5 days, the 3 of them spent at least half of their time watching Wu Yan, including Agurola, who was taught a lesson by Wu Yan. As for whether Wu Yan is in the same situation, that is something only he knows for sure. In the pool, the boiling water became calmer and calmer. The pool water absorbed by Wu Yan became less and less. The pool gradually returned to its original clear state. When the 5th day came to an end, the pool water that flowed into Wu Yan's body finally disappeared with the final infusion of the pool water. When the last pool water flowed into Wu Yan's body, the surrounding air suddenly froze for a moment. Boom! Suddenly, a huge muffled sound that sounded like a heartbeat amplified countless times resounded in the air above the pool and fiercely reverberated throughout the Bronze Palace. Then, Wu Yan's eyes that had been closed for the past 5 days trembled slightly before he slowly opened them. Phew! A long breath that lasted for more than 10 seconds slowly came out of Wu Yan's mouth as if he was expelling all the heaviness in his heart. After exhaling this extremely long breath, Wu Yan finally moved his body. Crackle crackle. A series of extremely loud firecracker-like sounds echoed without any warning as Wu Yan moved his body. It was as if he had not moved for a long time and his joints were rusty. His movements were somewhat unnatural, but it didn't take long for him to return to his previous state. Not only was Wu Yan not surprised by the crackling sounds, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards. Wu Yan could feel the endless magic power and his blood coursing through his veins. Clenching his fists, Wu Yan grinned. He grinned in a very joyful manner. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. The most basic change was the increase in his physical strength. Following that, his body's constitution also increased by who knows how many times. Even the speed at which he cultivated his mana had increased by several levels. Not only that, the amount and purity of his mana had increased by leaps and bounds, directly affecting the strength of Wu Yan's familiars. Natsuki, Kanon, and Agrora's current strength was still unknown, but Black and White Dragon's strength and ability had truly improved. In addition, the evolution of his bloodline also affected Wu Yan. First, it was the increase in vitality and regeneration that a true ancestor relied on the most. Next, it was the improvement of his bloodline abilities. For example, Wu Yan has 3 Red Jade modes. Kurumi's Red Jade mode, Flandrachan's Red Jade mode, and Yukari's Red Jade mode. The duration of these 3 Red Jade modes had been greatly increased. Take Yukari's Red Jade mode for example. Originally, it could only last for about 10 minutes. Now, it had doubled to 20 minutes. 20 minutes, even in a battle against a demigod powerhouse of the same level, if he was efficient, it was enough for him to fight several rounds. Not only that, with the help of the pool water, the evolved true ancestor bloodline also awakened another bloodline ability. The ability to create a blood follower. Blood follower is a unique existence in the world of Bloodlust Rampage. They are simulated vampires created by the vampires using a part of their own body. The blood follower is a loyal subordinate or companion of the vampire master. In order to live together with the vampire master, the blood follower is granted eternal life. Although they are called vampires, they are still considered humans, but they possess abilities similar to vampires. Therefore, the blood follower is also known as a human who is infinitely close to the demon race. In the world of Blood Frenzy, Humans who had their blood sucked by vampires would not immediately change. Instead, when the vampires used their fangs to inject their own blood into the other party's body, if the vampires injected their own blood into the other party's body, the person would become a blood follower, in other words, a simulated vampire. It sounds similar to those who were given the embrace and turned into vampires in other worlds, but that is not the case. The embrace can create vampires, but the blood follower is still considered a human. Moreover, the blood follower inherits the abilities of their vampire master to a large extent. They are not like the vampires who were given the embrace. They have the body of a vampire, but their abilities are dependent on their own abilities. Blood followers were different. The moment they were born, they were granted the right to release their master's familiars with their master's permission. It is said that based on the compatibility between the servant's body and their master's body, they can even surpass vampires, the source of infection. Similar to a specially created powerful bodyguard or companion, a blood follower was exactly that kind of existence. Unlike the vampires created by the embrace, the follower of blood was very likely to be very powerful once it was born. And now Wu Yan has the ability to create a blood follower. Originally, creating a blood follower is an ability that every vampire in the world of Bloodlust Rampage has. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's true ancestor bloodline has the characteristics of all types of ancestors, resulting in a huge variety of bloodline abilities. He can only gradually awaken or eliminate them as his strength increases to prevent the bloodline from becoming chaotic. Now that the true ancestor bloodline has been upgraded, one of the bloodline abilities has been awakened as well. This ability is not very useful to Wu Yan himself, but Wu Yan is very satisfied with it. This bloodline ability has solved one of his problems. Of course, other than the bloodline, body, and magic enhancement, there are other enhancements as well. For example, the strengthening of his brain has increased Wu Yan's computational ability by quite a bit, resulting in the enhancement of his superpower as well. All these enhancements ultimately affect Wu Yan's strength. Then, a voice suddenly sounded in Wu Yan's mind, proving this point. Beep. User's strength has been enhanced. Based on the user's level of enhancement, system automatically replenishes experience points. Chapter 1097. Beep. User's strength increased. Based on user's level of increase, system will automatically replenish experience points. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 81. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 82. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 83. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 84. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 85. Several system notifications popped up one after another. Wu Yan was stunned, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. Leveling up 5 times in one go. Don't underestimate it. For Tier 6 and Tier 7 players, leveling up by 5 times might not be a lot. But for Tier 9 players, leveling up by 5 times is equivalent to leveling up by an entire tier. Or else, when Wu Yan sparred with Entel and company wouldn't have been so surprised when they saw Wu Yan unleashing the power of a Tier 9 intermediate Tier 9. Ikaros and Astria's Pandora mode wouldn't have received so much praise from the other girls. At Tier 9, every level is equivalent to a small tier. That's why leveling up isn't as much as leveling up. But it's still a lot. Therefore, from the 9th level onwards, every level of advancement was extremely difficult. Even Wu Yan and the others felt it. Take Flanderchan for example, she was level 82 when she was first summoned. Now that so much time has passed, she must have accumulated a lot of experience points. Wu Yan and Co leveled up like crazy. Or leveled up. Only Flanderchan. Even with all that experience points, she's only level 85. It's not hard to imagine how hard it is to level up at this point. How hard is it to level up? Elu is right. This pool does have a miraculous effect. Even if we can find something in the system, it will cost a lot of points. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks as he looked at the pool water that was boiling to the point where it almost disappeared. Also, even if I hand over everything in the ring of gold to the system, I don't know if I'll be able to gather enough points. He reluctantly looked at the lowered water level of the pool and sighed. He felt that it was a pity. After all, the pool's water was able to raise him by 5 whole levels, purifying and strengthening his true ancestor bloodline, awakening another bloodline ability, and increasing his mana by several levels. The effects were extraordinary. It would be great if he could absorb a little more of it. What Wu Yen didn't know is that although the effects of the pool water are miraculous, its effects vary from person to person. If it's a normal Spalier World cultivator, the changes won't be as big as Wu Yan's. The effect of the pool water is to purify and strengthen all elements of an individual. The other practitioners of Silveria don't have any superpowers, nor do they have any heaven-defying bloodlines, so the pool water didn't purify and strengthen as much as Wu Yen. Besides, the other cultivators don't have as much mana as Wu Yen. Their body elements aren't as high as Wu Yan's. Their improvements won't be as big as Wu Yan's either. Judging from this situation, the effect of the pool water was more suitable for the magical beasts. After all, magical beasts are also very dependent on their bloodline. Their physical attributes are also much stronger than humans. If a monster king were to discover the pool water, it would probably be treated as a treasure. At this time, the pool water's boiling level suddenly decreased. The movement of the pool water became slower and slower. There wasn't much movement left. It didn't take long for the water to return to its original state of tranquility. The water that flowed into Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola's bodies also stopped. The 3 girls immediately opened their eyes, revealing ripples in their eyes. Natsuki looked at herself, then at Kanon and Agurora. Finally, her gaze landed on Wu Yen. She raised her chin. Looks like it's already saturated. Kanon and Agurora shyly nodded. They curled up into a ball and buried themselves in the water. Their faces were red and they kept sneaking glances at Wu Yen. Clearly, they weren't as open-minded as Natsuki about exposing themselves to Wu Yen. Wu Yen shrugged when he saw Kanon and Agurora's reaction. He wanted to tell them that the pool water is so clear that if it doesn't boil, he can see the bottom. Even if he's buried himself in the water, he can still see where he wants to. But when he thought of that, he would lose his benefits. He pretended not to see and asked Natsuki a question. How is it? Kanon and Agurora were confused by Wu Yan's question. However, Natsuki nodded. She clearly knew what Wu Yen was asking about. The pool water didn't have much of an effect on the 3 of us. However, I can feel that my strength has increased a lot. I think it's because of you. My strength has increased a lot. Wu Yen is in a good mood. Kanon and Agurora couldn't help but grin when they saw him like this. Natsuki's expression also loosened up quite a bit. For you guys, this pool water doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Wu Yen rubbed his chin while looking at the crystal clear pool water. But for Chuju and Mikoto, it should have a great effect, right? I don't know, but it should be better than us. Natsuki said without denying it. She then glanced at Wu Yen. So, let's bring the water back. That's what I was thinking. Wu Yen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, Gate of Babylon's spatial ripples appeared above the pool. Wu Yan's mana surged out of his body and gathered in his palm. Then, a small magical formation rippled out from Wu Yan's palm. It looked like he was holding it in his hand. He extended it towards the pool. It's unknown what kind of power is at work. The water in the pool swirled and turned into a clear spring. It flowed into Gate of Babylon. In just a few moments, it was all sucked into Gate of Babylon. Ah! Kanon and Agurora screamed when they lost the cover of the pool water. They hugged their chests and squatted on the ground. You! Natsuki finally shot a cold glare at Wu Yen. How long are you going to stare? Let us go back. Wu Yen bitterly pursed his lips. He suppressed the regret in his heart and cut off the supply of mana to Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurora. The next moment, the 3 girls turned into pure mana and disappeared into the air. Their consciousness returned to Wu Yan's body. With a wave of his hand, the clothes that had been lying on the ground for several days returned to Wu Yan. He put them on one by one. When he was done, Wu Yan walked out of the empty pool and looked towards the guardian tree sapling. 5 days have passed. The seal on the ring of power has been broken by the guardian tree sapling. It's currently spinning in the trunk of the guardian tree. It's the same as 5 days ago, but there's no longer any strange liquid filling the ring of power. Standing in front of the guardian tree sapling and looking at the ring of power, Wu Yan slowly reached his hand towards the trunk. His hand went through the transparent tree trunk and reached inside. He grabbed the ring of power and pulled it out of the tree trunk. At the same time, Wu Yan submerged his consciousness into the ring of power. He didn't know what he saw, but he furrowed his brows and his eyes were filled with doubt. After thinking for a while, Wu Yan finally gave up. He sighed and threw the ring of power into the gate of Babylon. He looked at the guardian tree sapling with a smirk. The guardian tree itself is a treasure. Since it's a treasure, it should be possible to turn it into a noble relic, right? The real guardian tree is sentient and has great power. If Wu Yan wants to turn it into a noble relic, he'll be attacked by the guardian tree. But since it's just a sapling with a special ability, it shouldn't be a problem. If he plants it in the behemoth forest, it'll be very useful. Chapter 1098. Overseas, Emperor Island City. It has been 10 days since the opening of the land of divine spirits and the 3 imperial families left under the guidance of the guardian divine tree. During these 10 days, the city of Emperor Island returned to the time before the land of God spirits was opened. It was a peaceful life before the 3 great emperors came to Emperor Island. After those who were qualified to enter the land of God spirits had entered the land of God spirits, the guards on the Emperor Island had been the weakest for 10 days. The only people who couldn't enter the place of God spirits were those who didn't have high talent, aptitude, or strength. Apart from them, there were only ordinary people and low-level cultivators who didn't even have the qualification to call themselves a member of the Guardian clan. How powerful could the guards be if there were only these people? Of course, with the divine tree around, no one dared to cause trouble here. However, without the core strength, the atmosphere in the Guardian clan was heavy. After all, the Guardian clan was different from the imperial families of the 3 empires. As long as one was a member of the imperial family of the 3 empires, they could enter the divine tree. There was a limit to the number of guardian clans who could enter the divine tree. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for those with better performance, strength, and aptitude to enter the divine tree. Without this group of people, it was not hard to imagine that the atmosphere in the guardian clan would change. If it was not for the fact that the people from the 3 great empires' royal families had also entered the land of God, perhaps they would have been amused by the guardian clan's people under such an atmosphere. Fortunately, the atmosphere didn't last long. 10 days had passed. It was time for the people who entered the divine tree to return. Because of this, many people in Emperor Island were looking in the direction of the protector tree's platform with anticipation. They were waiting for the people who entered the divine tree to return. At the bottom of the sea, unreachable. Tree roots as thick as a mountain intertwined with each other. It was a strange scene. A majestic palace shone within the barrier of the deep sea. Water ripples seemed to be moving on the crystal walls. It was a dazzling sight. At this moment, the door of the majestic palace was wide open. It seemed like someone was going in and out. Or maybe the master of the palace forgot to close the door. It was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen. However, if a powerhouse cultivated to a certain level, they would be able to sense a fleeting power from the pitch-black palace. That power was something that even a demigod powerhouse was not worthy of possessing. The door had remained open for 10 days. It hadn't closed at all. It was so quiet that it was shocking. All of a sudden, the wide open doors of the majestic palace rippled with a terrifying energy. Buzz! A buzzing sound reverberated in this mystical place. It spread out in all directions. The ripple on the door kept twisting and turning. Then it emitted a strong light. Rumble! After the buzzing sound, there was a loud explosion. The intense light on the door of the majestic palace seemed to be expelling something amidst this rumble. It shrunk and expanded. Immediately, countless figures of various sizes and heights shot out from the intense light and landed miserably in front of the majestic palace. From the sorry state they were in, it could be seen that they didn't come out of there willingly. As one figure after another flew out from the bright light, the front of the majestic palace was filled with people. By the time they reacted to the sudden situation, the silence between heaven and earth was immediately broken. Clamor resounded throughout the entire space. They're out. Not long after, a very small portion of the people who came out of the realm of gods laughed happily. Their faces were filled with joy. Compared to 10 days ago, this small portion of people either had a stronger aura or a unique aura. It was obvious that these people had passed the trial of the guardian tree and obtained the chance to evolve. Among them are Sylph, Carter, and Jaffer. Damn it. As for the remaining 95% of the people, their faces were covered in gloominess, and strands of gloominess flashed past the space between their brows. They clenched their fists tightly, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. It formed an extremely clear contrast with those people who were overjoyed. It would seem that they didn't gain anything in the realm of gods. Under the gazes of these two distinct groups, a strong light flashed at the entrance of the majestic palace once again. Then, a few more figures flew out and landed on the ground. They are the three great emperors, Carter, Geda, Wuxia, and the patriarch of the guardians, Entel. Everyone present cast their gazes on the four leaders and immediately sized them up, trying to see if there were any changes on them. As they sized him up, the crowd discovered that Kite and Entel's auras had changed slightly. Geda and Wuxia, on the other hand, were still the same as they were 10 days ago. With such a clear picture, anyone would be able to guess who had succeeded in the land of gods and who had returned in defeat. If others can see the changes in the four leaders, how can they not? Wuxia sighed as he looked at Geda, whose expression was a little ugly. I didn't expect you to fail as well. Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Geda glanced at him indifferently. He calmed his emotions and returned to his original state. Compared to the others present, Geda and Wuxia were not only emperors, but they also had stronger mental fortitude. Furthermore, this was not the first time they had entered the place of god spirits, and they had also failed in the past. Naturally, they would not perform as badly as the others. Therefore, Geda only snorted coldly and replied with such a sentence. Next time, I will definitely succeed. That's true. Wuxia nodded and turned to look at Carter, who was grinning from ear to ear. Do you have to be so happy? Of course I'm happy. You've always been the strongest out of the three of us. This time, it's time for a change. How can I not be happy? Carter laughed heartily and said to Wuxia in a mocking tone. It's too early for you to be happy. Wuxia curled his lips in annoyance. Even if you succeed this time, you might not be stronger than me. While Kate and Wuxia were arguing with each other, Geda looked at Entel and narrowed his eyes. You've reached that level, right? Carter and Wuxia, who were in the middle of a quarrel, abruptly stopped talking. They both looked at Entel, their eyes revealing traces of solemnity. Seeing that Carter, Geda, and Wuxia were all looking at him, Entel curled his lips and nodded. After this trip to the realm of gods, I've reached the peak of the 9th rank. Next, I will attack that realm. As expected. The three emperors looked at each other. Entel had already expected this. After all, before he entered the domain of gods, he was already extremely close to the peak of the 9th stage. Now that he had returned victorious from the domain of gods, reaching the peak of the 9th stage was nothing strange. Still, the three emperors laughed bitterly. Peak of the 9th rank. Although they were both at the 9th rank, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. At this level, one already had the qualifications to break through to a higher realm. Although Entel was still at the peak of the 9th step, he already possessed all the conditions to break through to the demigod realm. If he succeeded in breaking through, then the next time they met, they would no longer have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Entel. Carter, Geda, and Wei were emperors, but if they were offered the chance to break through to the demigod realm in exchange for the throne, they would be more than willing to give it up. In the eyes of demigods, worldly power meant nothing. Carter sighed. If you can break through to the 9th rank, the title of the first demigod in the history of the Guardians will fall on your head. Let's hope so. Entel didn't respond to Carter's words. He didn't have much confidence that he could break through to the demigod realm. As he spoke, another ripple appeared on the door of the palace. A figure flew out from it and attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 1099. Inside the domain of gods, Wu Yan and Sylph spent 3 days to find the entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. They passed the trial of the guardian tree. In the bronze palace, Wu Yan spent another 5 days purifying and strengthening himself with the water of the mystical pool, increasing his strength by leaps and bounds. It took them 8 days to finish everything they needed to do in the land of god spirits. There were only 2 days left before the guardian tree would send them out of the land of god spirits. Since it's not time to leave the realm of gods yet, Wu Yan wanted to use these 2 days to explore the green pond that belonged to the Tier 9 powerhouse. He wanted to see if there's anything good inside. Unfortunately, he could no longer pass through the top of the bronze palace that he should have been able to directly pass through. In other words, Wu Yan can't leave the realm of gods. This was to be expected. After passing the guardian tree's test, everyone would be able to obtain a chance to transform, but it was only limited to 1 chance. Wu Yan didn't enter the green pool, but he also got a chance to transform in the purple pool. His transformation was even more thorough than the others. The guardian tree wouldn't allow him to wander around the area after his transformation. Otherwise, God knows how many good things will be taken away by Wu Yan. Helpless, Wu Yan can only stay in the realm of gods and cultivate to pass the 2 days. Just like that, 2 days passed by. Wu Yan, who was in a state of cultivation, felt like he was being swallowed by something. He lost his sense of substance and even lost his balance. When he regained his balance and opened his eyes, what he saw was no longer the bronze wall. Instead, he saw thick tree roots and a sea view. Am I out? His body floated in the air. When Wu Yan realized what happened, gazes filled with all sorts of emotions landed on him. He furrowed his eyebrows until he saw the figures of the 3 imperial families and the guardian clans. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. His body flashed. He appeared beside Carter and the others. Entel, Gida, and Wei's pupils shrunk. They looked at Wu Yan with shock in their eyes. When did he? Carter, on the other hand. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "Is this your space manipulation spell?" Space manipulation spell? Gida and Wei seemed to have thought of something as well and felt relieved. So this is space manipulation spell. Space manipulation spell. Entel was the only one who was confused. Since when did such a mystical spell appear in the Spalier world? We would also like to know the answer to your question. Carter patted Entel's shoulder and glanced at Wu Yan. Too bad this mysterious little guy isn't willing to divulge anything. Wu Yan blinked when he heard Kate's words before he opened his mouth. It's just a little trick. A little trick. The 4 Tier 9 powerhouses looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Wu Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Wu Yan scanned the crowd and he paused when he saw Sylph, who was standing in front of the 3 imperial families. Sylph, who has been observing Wu Yan, nodded at Wu Yan. Apart from that, she didn't show any other reaction. She maintained her cold expression as if the person in front of her was a stranger. No one would believe that Sylph has done all sorts of services for a certain wolf in her current state. Wu Yan didn't mind. He nodded back when Sylph nodded at him. He didn't say anything. Words are not needed here. While Wu Yan and Sylph were exchanging glances, the others were also observing Wu Yan. At this point, everyone in the 3 empires' royal families and guardian clans knows who Wu Yan is. All of them wanted to know if this super genius, who was said to be unprecedented in the past and might not be seen in the future, who was treated as an equal by the 3 great emperors and the patriarch of the guardian clans, had undergone a transformation in the land of God. That's why when Wu Yan appeared, everyone's attention was on him. They wanted to see if there was anything special about him. Unfortunately, even with their eyes wide open, they couldn't see anything special about Wu Yan. The guardian tribes gloated at Wu Yan's misfortune. Even the royals of the three empires who failed the test of the divine tree in the land of gods were rejoicing in the misfortune of the divine tree. Obviously, they thought Wu Yan was going to return empty-handed. Sylph, on the other hand, glanced at the people around her who are gloating over her misfortune. She closed her eyes and went to rest. Other than Sylph, everyone else thought that Wu Yan had failed. This included Entel, Kate, Gida, and Wei. The four high-ranking officials looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. "Little guy, don't be discouraged." Kate smiled at Wu Yan and comforted him. "It's normal to fail. Didn't Gida and Wei fail as well? No one can guarantee that they can pass the Guardian Trees test. I failed the last time as well, but I succeeded this time." "That's right, little friend Wu Yan." Entel smiled. "You may have failed this time, but you might not fail the next time. It's not easy for you to achieve so much at such a young age. You still have time. Try again next time." Wu Yan flinched and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something, 3 streaks of light shot out from the palace gate and landed in front of Wu Yan and Co. like meteors. "You're all out?" A voice filled with vicissitudes rang out as 3 beams of light appeared, heading towards the group of Type 9 powerhouses. "Lord Guardian Gods." Entel bowed respectfully. "Those who entered the realm of gods have all come out. The Guardian Tree will open up a spatial tunnel for us to return to the Emperor Island soon." Magnubi and Linya nodded. Garen glanced at Entel and smiled. "Peak Tier 9 already?" "Yes, Lord Garen." Entel puffed out his chest. "Not bad." Magnubi praised. "Now that you've reached the peak of Tier 9, you have the qualifications to attempt the demigod realm. I hope the 7th demigod of the Spalier world can be born from you." "Master Magnubi," Entel replied first before asking suspiciously, "But isn't it the 6th? The 3 guardian deities shook their heads while laughing. Linya looked at Wu Yan. "The 6th demigod was born a long time ago. You probably won't have the chance to meet him." Ignoring Entel's reaction, the 3 guardian gods looked at Wu Yan. Their faces were tense. "How is it?" "Well," Wu Yan shrugged. "I guess it's a success." A small red ripple appeared in his palm. The black ring of power floated into Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan tossed it to Garen. Garen was stunned. He caught the ring of power that Wu Yan tossed to him. He frowned when he felt the cold sensation in his hand. "It's best if you keep it." Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw Garen's hesitant expression. After all, the 3 empires occupy the entire Spalier world. If something happens, the 3 empires will be the first to suffer. With this, it'll be easier for you to deal with it. "That's true." Garen tightened his grip on the ring of power. The hesitation in his eyes didn't lessen. "But the ancestor didn't want to give us the item in the ring of power, right?" Wu Yan felt helpless when he heard this. If he were to tell Garen that the reason why his ancestor didn't entrust the ring of power to them was because he was lying to himself, Garen would definitely attack him without hesitation, wouldn't he? "This is the best way." Wu Yan waved his hand half-heartedly. "Do you want to see your empires fall?" "This." The 3 protectors of the empire hesitated. After a long time, they nodded their heads in embarrassment. "All right then." Chapter 1100. Emperor Island under the Guardian Tree, the platform. Buzz. A burst of green light suddenly flashed in the peaceful space, illuminating every corner of the platform. A wave of sound rushed out in all directions. The peaceful atmosphere on the platform, which had lost all signs of activity for some time, was suddenly broken by a barbaric sound. Specks of green light condensed in the middle of the platform and gradually spread out like exploding fireworks. Under the influence of the green light, A whirlpool-like hole appeared in the middle of the platform and floated there. Not long after, numerous figures charged out of the vortex-like hole. They passed through the barrier of space and landed on the platform. Among them, there were even a few that soared into the sky. Soon after, they charged down and landed on a tall platform. Oh, as soon as they returned to Emperor Island, everyone heard deafening cheers. It came from the city of Emperor Island. Clearly, this was the reaction of the residents of the Emperor Island city because everyone who entered the domain of God's spirits had returned. But no one knew if this was a welcome or not. The hole in the void slowly and silently closed up. The royal families of the three empires and the Guardian clan watched it disappear quietly. Everyone had different emotions on their faces. Some were unwilling, some were booing. Some were sighing, some were satisfied. There were all kinds of emotions. Especially the former, it appeared on almost everyone's face. However, no matter how unwilling they couldn't change the fact that they couldn't pass the Guardian Trees test and didn't get the chance to transform. They could only wait for the next opening of the domain of God's spirits, which was 10 years later. They had to give it another try. Those who succeeded in transforming had already become the eyes of the three imperial emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarchs. It didn't matter if they were geniuses or trash, transforming successfully meant changing their lives. Thinking about it, they should be in their own factions now. They should be heavily nurtured. Among the people here, only Wu Yan and the three patron saints are here. They didn't care about anything. In the eyes of the three guardians, other than their own empire being seriously threatened or in danger, they didn't care about anything else. Nothing was more important than improving their own strength. The growth of some of the younger generation was enough for the three great emperors to have a headache over. If they wanted to enter the three great emperors' eyes, perhaps they would have to wait until the royal family of the three great empires produced a ninth-stage expert in their 20s. Standing at the top of the platform, Garen, Magnubi, and Linya lowered their heads and looked at Entel, Carter, Gida, and Vaya. The land of gods has been closed. You can handle the rest yourselves? Yes. Lord Guardian. The three protectors nodded and looked at Wu Yan in unison. Their tense faces relaxed a little, and they all smiled in a very friendly manner. Little guy, send our regards to Miss Z. Although Wu Yan was still suspicious of how they knew Z, he still nodded in agreement. Definitely. The three divine protectors withdrew their gazes and flew into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. After the three protectors disappeared, Wu Yan looked at Carter and the other three. Well then, I'll take my leave as well. Carter and the other three were startled and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. So soon? Wu Yan nodded. I've achieved my goal of coming to the land of gods. I've returned the item to you in perfect condition. There's no need for me to stay here any longer. I see. Carter and the other three looked at each other and lowered their heads. In the end, they couldn't think of a reason to persuade him to stay and could only nod helplessly. If that's the case, then. Wait! Just as the four higher-ups were about to send Wu Yan off, an unexpected voice interrupted the conversation of the five people on the stage. Before the members of the three imperial families and the Guardian clans below the tall platform could clearly see who had uttered those words, a figure leaped out from the crowd. With a leap, he landed on the tall platform, causing everyone to be shocked. The high platform was not something anyone could get on. Other than the three protectors, only the three emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch were qualified to stand on the high platform. Other than them, who else was qualified to stand on the high platform? Even Wu Yan was able to stand on equal footing with the four upper echelons because he was much stronger than everyone else below the high platform. This person who rashly went on stage, if he didn't give a good explanation, he might even lose his life. On the high platform, Entel, Carter, Gida, and Weia's expressions all darkened as they looked at the person on the high platform. The three emperors were stunned, Wu Yan was stunned, and so was Entel. Especially Entel, after being stunned for a moment, his expression became even more unsightly. Entel. Entel's voice was as cold as ice as he looked at his son who stood on the high platform as if it was a matter of course. If you can't give me an explanation, you should know that I won't be merciful." Hearing that, Enz, who didn't have the slightest bit of regret on his face, couldn't help but have a flash of fear in his eyes. But when he thought of his own situation, he immediately straightened his chest again. "Father, didn't you say it before?" Entel couldn't help but laugh when he felt everyone's gaze on him. "As long as you can reach the 9th rank, you can stand on this high platform." Hearing this, not to mention Entel's group of 4, even the audience below the stage was stunned. "What do you mean?" Entel finally became serious. He carefully sensed the aura on Entel's body. When he sensed the faintly discernible aura, Entel's eyes lit up with joy. "You've reached the 9th rank?" Entel's lips curled into a proud arc as he raised his voice slightly. "Yes, Father." Entel's voice clearly echoed in the air above the high platform before it was drowned out by a wave of clamor. Entel's smile grew wider and wider as he listened to the clamor and exclamations from below the high platform. He looked very proud of himself. To be able to create such an effect, it was worth it for him to hide in the crowd and not stand out since he came out of the place of gods. It was all for the sake of intimidating everyone at this time. After all, his father had advanced to the peak of the 9th stage. Next, in order to become the first demigod in the history of the Guardian tribe, his father would no doubt devote himself to cultivation wholeheartedly. At that time, Entel would also hand over all the authority in the Guardian tribe. In the Guardian tribe, the Patriarch had always been in existence with great authority. However, only a 9th rank powerhouse could become the Patriarch of the Guardian tribe. Therefore, his father would only delegate his authority. As for the position of the Patriarch, it was unlikely that he would hand it over. This was because other than Entel, there were no other 9th rank powerhouses in the Guardian tribe. At this time, Entel, as his son, had become a 9th rank powerhouse. It was very likely that he would become the Patriarch. Therefore, one of the reasons Entel chose to stand out at this time was to build momentum for himself. As for the other reason, Entel's eyes turned to Wu Yan. Before he could express anything, he saw. Wu Yan, who was previously stunned by Entel's appearance, had a playful smile on his face. Looking at that playful smile, NC felt as if he had been seen through. His complacent face immediately collapsed and was replaced with a look of anger. Driven by his anger, Ernst sneered in front of Entel, ignoring the uproar from the crowd below the high platform and the 3 emperors' gazes that seemed to have materialized. "Father, you said that as long as I become a 9th rank powerhouse, I will be able to stand on this stage. Is that right?" Entel seemed to have noticed something when he saw Entel's cold expression, and the joy in his eyes faded away. "I did say that." Entel closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, tell me the reason why you came up on stage." "Father, have you forgotten?" Entel faced the crowd. "When the trip to the domain of gods ends and closes again, the 3 imperial families and the Guardian tribe will have a grand competition here." At this point, NC glanced at Wu Yan, who was looking at him with a playful expression. His eyes turned sharp and he said with a smile, "So, I would like to invite Princess Sylph's fiancé to participate in the grand competition. What do you think?" Chapter 1101. That's why I would like to invite Princess Sylph's fiancé to participate in the tournament as well. What do you think? Enza's speech caused the platform that was in a state of clamor a second ago to fall into a deathly silence as if it had been cut off in the next second. The realm of gods opens once every 10 years for a period of 10 days. When the 10 days of the divine spirit place's opening arrived and the place returned to its silent state, the 3 imperial families and the guardian clans would hold a grand competition that only those who passed the guardian trees test and obtained a metamorphosis could participate in. His objective was very simple, and it was to witness with his own eyes the extent to which those who had undergone the metamorphosis had reached. After all, everyone had different gains in the land of gods. Some had merely changed their cultivation talent and aptitude, some had improved their strength, and there were extremely few who had obtained both. No matter if it was their cultivation talent or strength, They had obtained a perfect improvement. Similarly, everyone's gains are different. Some have more, some have less, some have higher, some have lower. All of this needs to be verified. This way, the 3 imperial emperors and Ens will know who is more outstanding. They will then train them accordingly. However, in the past, this tournament was only for those below Tier 9 to exchange pointers. Those who have reached Tier 9 don't need to participate. This is to be expected. Although it wasn't like there hadn't been anyone who'd ascended to the 9th step in the land of gods, how could they possibly participate in such a competition? Isn't that just bullying the little ones? Now, Ens invited Wu Yan, a Tier 9 powerhouse, to participate in such a tournament. Those who didn't react in time were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. However, those who managed to react in time faintly understood the reason behind this. Seeing the cold smile on Ensi's face and the haze between his eyebrows, Lin Li felt a chill run down his spine. Entel, who was happy from the bottom of his heart that his son had reached the 9th tier, could no longer feel any joy in his heart. Then, a sigh filled with disappointment for his son's failure to live up to his expectations echoed throughout the platform. Ens didn't even look at Ens. He turned around and faced Wu Yan. "My young friend Wu Yan, what do you think?" Ens didn't object. Instead, he asked for his opinion. Wu Yan's lips curled up and he shrugged. "Well, I don't mind helping you. I'll feel refreshed when the time comes anyway." "Lend a hand? Refreshed? What does that mean?" Ensi frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. He knew. His father wasn't an indecisive person. In fact, he was quite arbitrary. But no matter how arbitrary he was, based on his understanding of his father, it was impossible for him to agree to something that was tantamount to breaking the rules without saying anything. Ens didn't understand. Of course, whether he understood or not, Ens has already made his decision. He even gave Wu Yan a look of gratitude. He turned around and looked at the crowd below. "Since my young friend Wu Yan has agreed, let the tournament begin." After saying that, Entel changed the topic. "However, as a 9th rank powerhouse, it's a little inappropriate for me to participate in the tournament. As a 9th rank powerhouse, participating in the tournament is a little degrading. Father, please rest assured." Although he had many doubts in his heart, when he heard Entel say this, Entel did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "I have also reached the 9th rank. It's a good opportunity for the fiancé of the royal princess to test my strength." "Is that so?" Ens seemed to have expected this. He nodded calmly. "Since that's the case, the first match of the tournament will be between you and my young friend Wu Yan." "Yes." Ens didn't object at all. He tossed aside all his doubts and revealed a sinister smile. He glanced at the nonchalant Wu Yan. The flames of anger in En's heart started to burn again. One has to say, in the eyes of those who don't like Wu Yan, this kind of behavior is no different from an insult and contempt. En suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't look at Wu Yan anymore. He clenched his fists tightly. "This time, I will trample you down from your pedestal." Ens, who had such thoughts in his mind, did not even consider the possibility of his defeat. In his opinion, the only reason Wu Yan could crush him was because of the difference in rank. In the eyes of a 9th rank powerhouse, a peak 8th rank powerhouse might not be considered an ant, but they were no better than a child. Even a 9th rank powerhouse who just entered the 9th rank was the same. Now, Ens himself had advanced to the 9th stage with the help of the land of gods. In a situation where they were at the same level, Ens felt that it was impossible for him to lose. In the end, Wu Yan was only in his 20s while Ens was already in his 40s. Ens looked down on this immature kid from the bottom of his heart. Or perhaps, it could also be said that Ensi was jealous when he saw the realm he yearned for being snatched away by a kid who hadn't even grown his hair yet. He was mad with jealousy. This jealousy made Wu Yan, who had been troubled by this clown several times, smirk. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Guardian Tree, on the platform. At this moment, the crowd on the platform had already dispersed, leaving a large empty space. They formed a circle and looked forward. To be more precise, they were looking at the 2 figures standing in the center of the platform. They were whispering softly to each other. On the high platform, Entel, Carter, Gada, and Veer were staring at a calm and indifferent figure in the middle of the square, their eyes flickering with thoughts. Is this okay? In the end, it was Carter who spoke first. That little guy won't show any mercy. Entel and the other three didn't know that Wu Yan's strength had greatly increased in the realm of gods. However, they knew how strong Wu Yan was before he entered the realm of gods. To be able to display strength comparable to a middle 9th rank powerhouse when he just entered the 9th rank, needless to say, Enz who also just entered the 9th rank but didn't stand out in the slightest. He was no match for Wu Yan. Entel should be the clearest on this point. It doesn't matter, Entel said coldly with an emotionless tone. In the end, he only grew in strength. If this continues, Enz will be no different from a cripple. It's time for someone to teach him a lesson. Carter, Gada, and Weya nodded in agreement and didn't ask any more questions. It was easy to imagine the twisted resentment accumulated in the hearts of the Guardian clan because they were bound to Emperor Island for their entire lives. Didn't Entel also make things difficult for Carter and the other two emperors? Now, under the twisted resentment, Enz's mental state was leaning towards the unorthodox path. If this continued, his future was not hard to imagine. He would definitely walk the path of evil. Entel looked like he didn't care about anything on the surface. However, he was definitely anxious inside. That was why he didn't reject Enz's suggestion and directly asked for Wu Yan's opinion. He's asking Wu Yan to suppress his son a little bit. Wu Yan saw through Entel's intentions and he didn't have any intention of rejecting him. When he first met Entel, Wu Yan already said that if he allowed anyone to step on his head, he would teach them an unforgettable lesson. It was rare for someone to come to him for a beating. If he didn't respond to the person's request, wouldn't he be letting the person down? Enz didn't know any of this. He was still immersed in the thrill of being able to turn the tables and crush Wu Yan. In the center of the square, Enz was thinking about how he could vent to the greatest extent. He raised his head and looked at Wu Yan. Unfortunately, all he could see was Wu Yan's nonchalant attitude. It's as if he didn't care about anything at all. That nonchalant attitude of Enz's anger flared up again, and he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Lord Fiancé of Princess Sylph, can we begin? From start to finish, Enz referred to Wu Yan as the fiancé of the princess. Obviously, he looks down on Wu Yan from the bottom of his heart. Wu Yan looked at Enz and raised an eyebrow. He chuckled. I thought you would attack without a word. You even greeted me. Looks like I underestimated you. My apologies. Enz's face darkened. On his body, a dou qi that was many times stronger than before exploded and swelled up. I'd like to see how long you can maintain that face. Chapter 1102. At this point, Enz can no longer suppress the anger and resentment in his heart. He took a step forward and a volcanic eruption of combat aura gushed out from his body and engulfed the entire area. He clenched his fist and flipped it over. A rare armament knight sword appeared in Enz's hand. Surrounded by his boundless dou qi, the dou qi flashed and illuminated a corner of the platform. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. With a wave of his hand, Niandan's Shana appeared from a crimson spatial ripple and landed in Wu Yan's hand. The next moment, Niandan's Shana's red lotus flame ignited on its blade, causing the temperature of the platform to rise by a few degrees. Gold armament. Feeling the terrifying temperature fluctuating from the red lotus fire, everyone present cried out in alarm. Even Enz's expression changed, and his face flushed red. The redness wasn't due to the increase in temperature, it was due to embarrassment and anger. In the world of Silveria, a gold armament was something that only rank 9 powerhouses had the qualifications to wear. Only Sylph, a super genius with a strong background, had a gold armament. The rest, like Kaya and Jaffer, did not have a gold armament. Only Tier 9 elites are qualified to wear a gold armament. This is a common phenomenon in the Spalier world. That's why no one was surprised to see Wu Yan take out a gold armament, they only found it strange. Now that they're both Tier 9 elites, Wu Yan is wearing a gold armament while Enz is only holding a rare armament. This gives the impression of a poor emperor or a beggar who became a nouveau riche. And Enz, who was also aware of this. His expression was as ugly as it could get. Originally, Entel would have bestowed him with a gold armament if he had waited a little longer since he had advanced to the 9th rank. Unfortunately, Enz couldn't wait any longer and charged out without thinking. He provoked Wu Yan and ended up like this. It could only be said that he didn't know if the timing he chose was right or not. Resisting the urge to throw away the knight's sword in his hand, Enz growled with a dark face. Against you. Using a rare armament is enough. Wu Yan laughed mockingly and threw Nianden's Shana away under everyone's shocked gaze. A crimson spatial ripple appeared and swallowed Nianden's Shana. Then, a small wave of iron sand gushed out from the spatial ripple. It rolled towards Wu Yan's palm. A pitch-black iron sand sword condensed in Wu Yan's hand. With the tip of his sword pointed to the ground, Wu Yan didn't say a word as he looked at Enzi, who had a terrifyingly gloomy expression. He extended his hand towards Enzi and hooked his finger with a smile. The anger in En's heart completely exploded. Qi! The sword in his hand shook and dazzling do qi surrounded it. Enz turned into a sharp sword light and shot towards Wu Yan with a thunderous sound. Calmly looking at the incoming sword beam, he didn't move an inch. He didn't show any signs of dodging, nor did he try to block it. He waited until the sword beam was right in front of him. Only then did he suddenly raise the iron sand sword in his hand, chopping down with all his might. Ding! The iron sand sword carried a dense air current as it slashed through the air and collided with the incoming sword light. There was a crisp sound of collision. The onslaught of the cold sword light came to a halt, and Barnes' figure appeared. Pung! With a muffled sound, the impact hit both of them at the same time. However, their reactions were completely different. Wu Yan's expression didn't change, the corner of his mouth even curled up. However, Enzi's expression changed slightly. He got knocked back a few steps with a muffled sound. The hand holding the sword actually started trembling. It was clear who was stronger in the first exchange. After the trip to the domain of gods, Wu Yan didn't just increase his strength. Under the effects of the miraculous pool water, his physical strength had also skyrocketed. This kid. Enz clenched his teeth and endured the force alone. He stabilized his trembling hand. He does have some brute strength. Maybe he heard Enz's words. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and beckoned Enz to attack. It was a provocation. Enz laughed angrily. He moved and left an afterimage on the spot. When he appeared again, he was not far from Wu Yan. The knight's sword in his hand danced. Do qi flashed and the sword danced. It was extremely ruthless as it slashed towards Wu Yan's vital points. Qi qi qi. Seeing the sword shadows slashing towards his body, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He took a step back and the sword shadows that filled the sky all slashed at his original position. They brushed past the tip of Wu Yan's nose and missed. Enza's eyes flashed with hatred. He slammed his palm on the hilt of the sword. The knight's sword in his hand was like a crossbow. It tore through the air currents and attacked Wu Yan's chest. Qi! The knight's sword swept out like lightning. However, just as it was about to hit Wu Yan's chest, a hand flashing with electricity suddenly reached out and grabbed the knight's sword. Xiu! At this moment, Enza's figure rushed over. He raised his fist covered in do qi and smashed it towards Wu Yan's chest. Every move was fatal. Wu Yan's eyes also turned cold. Magic power suddenly rose from his body and directly rushed towards Enza's attacking figure. Then Wu Yan moved. His figure flashed. Without using space teleportation, Wu Yan flashed in front of Enz with pure speed. His eyes were filled with coldness. Enz, who clearly saw the coldness in Wu Yan's eyes, couldn't help but be shocked. He roared and threw out a punch. Bang! Just as Enz's fist punched out, Wu Yan followed up with a solid punch. His punch smashed into Enz's fist. At the same time, Wu Yan's magic power surged out and destroyed the do qi on Enz's fist like breaking a twig from a dead tree. Dong! Following such a muffled sound, Enz also let out a muffled groan. On his fist, a slight, kacha, sound entered his ears. Feeling the intense pain transmitted from his hand and the crack sound, NC's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. His expression also changed drastically. Not long later, he became ruthless and abruptly raised his other fist. Do Chi surged on it. Pa! However, this time, an ordinary hand without any magic covering it appeared out of thin air and grabbed En's hand that was surging with Do Chi. Tightly holding En's hand, Wu Yan slowly raised his head. His eyes were somewhat cold and contemptuous as he looked at the pale Ens. If you can, please show me some of your strength. A playful smile appeared on his face. He tightened his grip on En's hand, causing the other party's fragile palm to once again emit a cracking sound as if it could not bear the burden. Otherwise, it would be too ugly. A Tier 9 powerhouse. A calm voice with a hint of mockery slowly reverberated across the platform. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. Although they didn't see the previous exchange clearly, the situation was clear as day. They didn't expect Ens to be at such a disadvantage even though they are both Tier 9 powerhouses. From start to finish, Wu Yan didn't use a single combat skill or magic. Yet, he was able to suppress Barnes in a few short exchanges of blows. How can a Tier 9 powerhouse have such a huge gap in strength? Could it be that Princess Sylph's fiancé is not just a Tier 9 powerhouse? Thinking of this, everyone present looked at each other in dismay and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. A 20-something-year-old Tier 9 powerhouse, that was already breaking the record of being the youngest Tier 9 powerhouse in Silveria, a title that no one had ever achieved before. Under such circumstances, if Wu Yan isn't just a Tier 9 powerhouse, then what level of talent is he at? The spectators' expressions kept changing. In the end, they looked at Wu Yan as if he was a monster. Chapter 1103. Everyone stared at Wu Yan like he was a monster. Sylph was the only one who didn't seem surprised. Sylph doesn't know much about Wu Yan's strength, but she has seen plenty of Wu Yan's miraculous feats. In Sylph's mind, Wu Yan is at least on the same level as her father. It was definitely not something a person who had just entered the 9th tier could contend against. Needless to say, NC's body trembled when he heard Wu Yan's contemptuous comment. His face turned red and his eyes were filled with madness. The next moment, NC's combat chi surged violently. "Stop looking down on me." With a furious roar, NC's aura increased by a few notches. The Do Chi on his fist surged like lightning. With a powerful jolt, he ferociously punched at Wu Yan's hand. Bang! Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he felt a strong impact coming from his hand. He let go of NC's hand and he punched NC's chest with his fist. Bang! Twisted Do Chi flashed on the surface of NC's body and condensed at his chest. With a muffled sound, he blocked Wu Yan's punch. Engulfing himself in Do Chi light, NC dispersed the force of Wu Yan's fist. NC's expression turned extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with hatred that couldn't be erased. Finally, he didn't care about the gazes of others and he vented all the negative emotions in his heart. "You're just the fiancé of a princess. Don't get too full of yourself. Stinking brat." Engulfing himself in Do Chi, NC glared at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression and clenched his fist. The night sword that Wu Yan tossed aside like trash flew into NC's hand. NC laughed sinisterly and disappeared from the spot. Wu Yan pursed his lips when he saw NC's figure disappear. He suddenly moved half a step to the left. Chi! At the same time, Wu Yan moved his foot forward. Behind him, a night sword blazing with fiery Do Chi pierced through Wu Yan's body like a flash of lightning. It grazed Wu Yan's shoulder as it shot towards the crowd in front of him. If the people there didn't react in time, they would have been gravely injured. However, after missing its target, the night sword abruptly spun around like a boomerang and shot back. The piercing sound of air breaking reverberated in the air. Wu Yan heard the piercing sound of something breaking through the air. This time, it's a different story. Wu Yan moved half a step to the right. The knight's sword brushed past his shoulder and flew past him. But before it could reach the crowd, Wu Yan grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a wave of his hand, the night sword in Wu Yan's hand smashed towards Ensi's side like an iron rod. And the stunned Ensi just so happened to appear there. Bang! The night sword smashed into Ensi's body and sent him flying. Damn it! Ensi stabilized his body in a sorry state. Even so, he still took a few steps back. His face became gloomier. He looked at Wu Yan with resentment. It's not over yet. Ensi roared. His eyes were red. He took out another knight's sword while retreating. His figure flashed and turned into a blurry black line, shooting out explosively. Ensi loosened his grip and his body abruptly spun up. His foot viciously kicked the sword hilt that he had loosened. Chi! The pitch-black knight's sword was like a bolt of black lightning under En's ferocious attack. Ensi's sword turned into a stream of light and flew towards Wu Yan. Looking at the black stream of light flying towards him, Wu Yan's body flashed. He stomped on the ground and jumped. The tip of his foot accurately tapped on the flying knight's sword. As if tapping on the ground, he rushed out and appeared in front of Ensi like a ghost. Ensi's eyes flashed. Do Chi on the other knight's sword suddenly expanded. Enveloped by Do Chi, the knight's sword radiated a crystal-like radiance. It looked like it was made out of crystal. With a surge of power, the knight's sword slashed at Wu Yan, who was charging at it. Wu Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at the shining knight's sword in his wine-red eyes. He had an impatient look on his face. Is this all you got? Following this sentence, Wu Yan clenched his fist. Blue and white electric current flowed and dyed his fist like a light source. He threw out a punch. His fist, which was covered in blue and white lightning, landed on the incoming crystal knight's sword. With a loud bang, the entire knight's sword trembled and broke into pieces, filling the air with shards. What? Ensi's face changed. How could a rare armament be smashed into pieces with a single punch? How is this possible? While Ensi was in disbelief, Wu Yan smirked. In his hand, the iron sand sword turned into a pitch-black iron sand whip. With a loud whistle, he lashed it out. The long whip made of pitch-black particles landed on Ensi's chest, and a strong force was released. With a kacha sound, the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. The sharp pain from his chest caused Ensi to involuntarily scream. Just as he screamed, a fist covered in blue and white electric current was mercilessly smashed towards his face. Bang! The fist that was flashing with lightning landed heavily on Ensi's face. However, it did not succeed in hitting him. Instead, just before it was about to hit, it was barely blocked by a cluster of Do Chi light that had once again condensed together with a low and deep sound. However, before Ensi could even catch his breath, in front of him, streaks of fists flashing with blue and white electric light mixed with extremely terrifying force, like raindrops falling from the sky, all of them poured onto his body. Bang! 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 Like a storm, the lightning light fists instantly landed on the Do Chi light ball. With a muffled sound, the Do Chi light ball continued to tremble. A moment later, with a bang, it exploded. With a cold gaze, Wu Yan raised the fist covered in electric current. Under Ensi's shocked gaze, the fist violently smashed onto his face. Bang! This fist did not miss. It accurately hit Ensi's face. Poochie! A mouthful of fresh blood mixed with a few teeth sprayed out from Ensi's mouth. Like a kite with a broken string, his body flew backwards and heavily hit the ground of the platform. The terrifying force shook the platform, which even a rank 8 warrior would have difficulty leaving a mark on, until it shattered into pieces and cracked like a spider web. Smashing into the ground with such force, Ench spat out another mouthful of blood. His body bounced up high due to the force in the ground. Before he could fall back down, his neck was grabbed by a hand and hung in the air. Holding Ensi's neck and looking at his face covered in blood, Wu Yan smiled. The result is still the same. Master Ensi who has advanced to rank 9. Ensi's pupils shrank when he heard this. After struggling for a while, his eyes finally revealed a trace of fear. Just over 10 days ago, outside the Emperor Island, Wu Yan who defeated the entire knight regiment also ended up like this, holding him by the neck. In the end, after more than 10 days, he who has advanced to rank 9 still did not change this result. Just as Wu Yan said, the result was still the same. At this moment, Ens finally understood a little. This person who is holding him by the neck did not put him in his eyes from the beginning. Never from the beginning. Looking at the trace of fear in Ensi's eyes, Wu Yan curled his lips in boredom. His hand held Ensi's neck tightly as if he was holding a piece of trash. With a casual swing, he ruthlessly threw Ensi away. Ping! In the end, Ens couldn't avoid the fate of falling to the ground again. He landed on the platform with a moderate amount of force. His body skidded across the floor for some distance, leaving a trail of blood on the platform. He didn't stop until Ens stopped sliding. Ensi laid on the ground with his limbs spread out. He did not move at all. His eyes were wide open, filled with emptiness. There was even a trace of residual fear. Crushing defeat. Chapter 1104. The entire place was silent. Looking at Ensi, who was lying on the ground with his face covered in blood and his eyes hollow like a corpse that died with remaining grievances, both the members of the 3 imperial families and the Guardian clans had expressions of pity and sympathy in their eyes. In a way, Ens was actually quite pitiful. As a member of the Guardian tribe, even though he was the son of the patriarch and possessed great strength, he could only stay on this island for the rest of his life. This caused him to have a twisted mentality. After waiting for the opening of the domain of gods with great difficulty, Ens used his status as a member of the Guardian tribe to oppress the 3 imperial families to vent his grievances. However, he ended up kicking an iron plate like Wu Yan. Now, after painstakingly passing the Guardian Trees test and ascending to the 9th level, he wanted to show off and collect his debt. Who knew that in the end he would end up in an even worse state than before? As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. This sentence can be used the other way around. Ens, who suffered a crushing defeat, proved this point. I can only say that of all the things he should have done, he shouldn't have acted like a petty person, he shouldn't have targeted Wu Yan and asked for a beating. Of course, at the same time that they sympathized with Ens, they also felt a deep respect and admiration for Wu Yan. Now, they can basically be sure. This young man in his 20s is not only a rank 9 powerhouse, he's also not an ordinary rank 9 powerhouse. An early rank 9 powerhouse was defeated in a few rounds by him. Wu Yan at the beginning was only dodging and blocking. He didn't even take the initiative to attack. The moment he took the initiative to attack. Thus, Ensi was defeated. Isn't this enough to prove that Wu Yan isn't an ordinary rank 9 powerhouse? Sigh. On the high platform, Entel sighed and shook his head bitterly. He said to Carter, Kada and Wei, I've made a fool of myself in front of your majesties. Don't worry, Entel still has a chance to change. Vea patted Entel's shoulder and said softly, after this defeat, Entel should be more or less restrained. Whether or not it can be changed in the future depends on you. Entel nodded. His complexion returned to normal. He turned his head and looked down at Wu Yan with a helpless smile. I just didn't expect it. He actually hid such a powerful close combat ability. How did he do it? Even though they were bound to the Emperor Island, the Guardian clan was still aware of the fact that mana and combat energy could not coexist in the same body. Although Entel did not sense any trace of combat energy from Wu Yan's body, how could a mage have such powerful close combat abilities? Warriors were in charge of close combat, while mages were in charge of long-range attacks. This was the most basic common sense in the Spalier world. However, Entel couldn't forget the night he sparred with Wu Yan more than 10 days ago. Wu Yan clearly used magic and mana. Then what's with that close-range combat ability? I already told you, we also want to know. Carter said with a tone of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, that little guy's secrets are unfathomable. If you keep being surprised, it might be bad for your heart. And he is very strong. Geda nodded and looked down at Wu Yan with a meaningful gaze. I'm afraid the kid didn't fail in this trip to the domain of gods. Instead, he gained a lot. Hearing Geda's words, Entel, Kate, and Vaya pondered for a moment. They then nodded. Before entering the domain of gods, the four of them could still vaguely sense Wu Yan's level of power. But now, even Entel, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Before Wu Yan entered battle mode, they couldn't detect Wu Yan's level of power. This was the only way to explain this situation. Wu Yan, who didn't know he was exposed, stood in the center of the field and stretched lazily. He turned around and faced the high platform. The victor has been decided. I won't be playing with you for the rest of the game. Entel and the other three laughed bitterly. But it was true. To Wu Yan, the rest of the tournament was just a game. There was no need for him to participate. If that's the case, we won't keep you any longer. Entel smiled. I look forward to meeting you again in 10 years. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. I hope you'll have broken through to the demigod rank by then. Entel laughed heartily when he heard this. Then I'll count on your auspicious words. Carter, Gida, and Weia also said their goodbyes. The 5 of them laughed and said their goodbyes. In the ears of the defeated Entel, it was more ear-piercing than anything else. Entel raised his head and looked at the smiling Wu Yan. His empty eyes rippled. Once Wu Yan leaves, unless he waits until 10 years later, NC won't have the chance to get his revenge. Wait 10 years for revenge? Entel couldn't wait. Wu Yan was only in his 20s and he was already a 9th rank powerhouse. He wasn't even a rookie 9th rank powerhouse like him. He was someone who could easily defeat a beginner 9th rank powerhouse like him. 10 years later, with Wu Yan's talent, he might be at the pinnacle of the 9th rank by then. Did Entel have the confidence to reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank in 10 years? Let alone 10 years, even if he was given 20, 30, or even a lifetime, Entel didn't dare to say he had the confidence to reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank. In other words, once Wu Yan left, he would never have the chance to take revenge. Entel's blood-covered face turned ferocious again. When everyone's attention shifted away from him, he abruptly jumped up from the ground. Grabbing the knight's sword that was cracked to the hilt, he charged forward as fast as he could. I'll kill you! The roar that was filled with intense hatred woke everyone up. When they saw the situation clearly, their faces were immediately filled with shock. Stop! Entel, Carter, Gida, and Weia were the only ones left on the scene. Their angry shouts resounded through the entire platform. Wu Yan, who was about to leave, suddenly froze. In his wine-red eyes, a killing intent finally surged. In response to the killing intent in his heart, an extremely terrifying wave of magic erupted from his body like hot lava. All of it was released in one breath and crashed into Entel's body. Poochie! As if he was hit by a mountain, Entel spat out his 3rd mouthful of blood today. His charging body shot back at an even faster speed than when he came. Immediately after, a chain glowing with a faint purple light tightly bound him and pulled him back. Seeing Entel's body bound by the chains of discipline and pulled in front of him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Holding the iron sand sword in his hand, he forcefully stabbed towards Entel's heart. Young friend Wu Yan, have mercy! Entel's voice made Wu Yan stop the iron sand sword that was about to pierce Entel's heart. With a cold snort, he raised his other hand and pointed a finger at Entel's forehead. In the next moment, the finger that touched Entel's forehead ignited with magic flames. A small pitch-black magic formation seemed to be engraved on Entel's forehead. Ah! Entel's incomparably mournful screams resounded through the platform almost at the same time the magic formation was engraved on his forehead. Young friend Wu Yan. Entel, who had already rushed to Wu Yan's side, cried out in alarm. Don't worry. Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Entel's words. It's just a spell to inflict pain, it won't harm the person. Glancing at the screaming Entel, Wu Yan coldly laughed. Of course, if you can't even withstand the pain, it's also possible that your mind will collapse. This, young friend Wu Yan. The magic formation can last for 3 days. Before Entel could finish his words, Wu Yan once again interrupted him. He narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Entel. For those who want to kill me, this little bit of punishment. If that's not enough, then don't blame me for giving them a quick death. Entel's breathing stopped. He glanced at the screaming Entel and then at Wu Yen, who was looking straight at him. His expression kept changing. In the end, Entel let out a long sigh and helplessly accepted this fact. Chapter 1105. In the end, Entel didn't have the time to continue the tournament due to Entel injuring someone after his crushing defeat. Thus, the tournament wasn't held as scheduled and was instead postponed for a few days. Even though holding a competition after the closing of the domain of gods is a tradition that has been passed down since ancient times, this kind of competition that is purely for verification purposes does not have that many rules. It can be held at any time and no one would object to it being postponed. Therefore, the royals of the three empires and the guardian clans that returned from the domain of gods scattered like birds and beasts. They returned to their residences 10 days ago and the chaotic trip to the domain of gods finally came to an end. As a result, some people were happy while others were sad. When the royals of the three empires leave the Emperor Island and return to the three empires, it is believed that many people's status will change greatly because of this trip to the domain of gods. The only thing that will not change is the deep impression that Wu Yen left in their hearts. After this trip to the domain of gods, the name Wu Yen has started to enter the eyes of the three empires. It is no longer just the upper echelons that know of such a powerful person. Naturally, Wu Yan's name spread across the entire continent of Silveria. It's not hard to imagine. While the royal families of the three empires and the guardian clans had returned to their residences and were waiting for the tournament to begin, NC was suffering great pain in a rather majestic building that was larger than a fortress under the guardian tree. Entel sat on the bed with his body bent over. The wounds on his body were almost healed with the help of some miraculous treasures. There were not many wounds on his body, but Entel's face was distorted due to the pain. He kept howling miserably as if he had gone mad. If one were to look closely, one would notice that there was a faintly discernible magic formation spinning on his forehead. It was emitting faint traces of mana. It was the effect of this magic formation that caused Entel to be in such pain. Under the effects of that immense pain, all the items around him, except for a thin bed, were all destroyed by Ench. The entire room, the floor was full of furniture fragments. But even so, the killing intent and hatred transformed from pain and anger didn't alleviate much. Only when the magic array stopped rotating from time to time would the pain in his mind be alleviated, allowing him to catch his breath. Of course, Wu Yen did this on purpose. If he didn't give NC some time to recover, he wouldn't have. Most likely, not to mention 3 days, it would only take half a day for Barnes to have a mental breakdown from the immense pain, and it was even possible for him to kill himself. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Coincidentally, at this moment, the magic array on Ench's forehead gradually calmed down. The pain slowly faded away. Ens panted tiredly. His whole body was wet as if he had just been fished out of the water. However, every time the pain was relieved, Ensi's mind would involuntarily recall the pair of wine-red eyes that revealed indifference and disdain as if a superior was looking down on him. Hatred would rise along with it. But more than that, it was fear. Once he thought about how he was unable to retaliate against that ridiculously young 9th stage powerhouse even after he had advanced to the 9th stage, and how he had been subjected to such cruel torture, En's heart was filled with fear. This fear had already far surpassed the hatred in his heart. Until now, Entel had no choice but to admit himself. He already feared Wu Yen. Entel's miserable howls filled with hatred and fear clearly echoed into the ears of Entel, who was standing outside the door. Hearing that incomparably painful howl, Entel faintly sighed. "All right, don't be too disheartened." Carter, Fida, and Weya patted Entel's shoulder. "Suffer a bit. It's good for him too." Gida glanced at Entel in the room. "Otherwise, if he continues in that state, you won't be able to hand over the entire Guardian tribe to him. I just don't know if he will repent." Weya nodded. "If he doesn't repent, then it will be troublesome." "That's true." Carter was also vexed. After being tormented by that brat, with Entel's temperament, he might harbor even more hatred. Your Majesties, don't worry too much. Entel shook his head and stopped paying attention to Entel. He turned around and faced the three emperors. No matter what, he's still my son. I have my ways. That's good. Carter let out a sigh of relief. But soon, he regained his vexed expression. Let's hope their conflict doesn't escalate into a conflict between the three emperors and the Guardian tribe. Gida and Wei agreed. Wu Yan is Sylph's fiancé. He's a member of the royal family of one of the three empires. On the other hand, Ensley is the son of the Guardian clan's patriarch. He's the second in command of the Guardian clan. It's not hard to imagine how the conflict between the two could escalate into a conflict between the two factions. Seriously, his talent, strength, and character are all decent. Why doesn't he know how to turn things around? Carter sighed bitterly and muttered. I really shouldn't have let him be Sylph's fiancé. What if he bullies Sylph in the future with such a bad temper? With his strength, Sylph was no match for him, so she could only let him bully her. She didn't even dare to come back and complain. Then, my lovely daughter would hide in a corner and cry on her own for an unknown period of time. That won't do. No. I have to think of a way to break the engagement between the two of them. Entel, Gida, and Wei were speechless when they heard Carter's whining. That brat isn't the type to bully a woman. Wei was speechless. Besides, Sylph isn't the type to hide in a corner and cry. How would you know that my lovely daughter has a fragile heart under her cold exterior? Kate retorted vehemently, causing Vea to roll his eyes. So you don't want Wu Yan to become a member of the Ailu imperial family? Why don't you give him to me? I have a lot of little princesses on my side who are interested in that talented brat. By the way, it's the same for me. Gida smiled. Even if you don't cancel the engagement between Wu Yan and Sylph, those little brats are still interested in it. Why don't you just give him up? Carter was speechless when he heard that. Who wouldn't want to recruit someone like Wu Yan who has both strength and talent, someone with a bright future ahead of him? Not to mention, the three emperors are aware that Wu Yan is backed by a group of Tier 9 powerhouses. He even has the support of a demigod. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a group? Carter also wants to rope Wu Yan into the Ailu imperial family. He did use Sylph's influence to make Wu Yan a member of the Ailu imperial family. Even though he's only her fiancé and that doesn't mean anything, it's still better than nothing. The problem is, Carter doesn't want Sylph to marry Wu Yan. If possible, he would rather have another princess marry Wu Yan in Sylph's place. However, those people aren't even worthy of carrying Wu Yan's shoes. Only a beautiful, elegant, and powerful princess like Sylph can stand by Wu Yan's side. Carter's heart was in a mess. While Carter was racking his brains over the fact that his beloved daughter has a fiancé, he didn't know that Sylph has already fallen into a certain wolf's embrace. Emperor Island, border. Standing at the edge of the beach, Wu Yan looked at the Emperor Island that he spent half a month in. He turned around and he smiled at Sylph, who has been looking at him all this while. Well then, I'll take my leave first. Sylph nodded and looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes. I'll look for you. Wu Yan laughed and patted Sylph's head. Well, I'll be looking forward to it. Wu Yan took a few steps back and with a flip of his hand, a crystal scroll appeared in his hand. He crushed it with one hand. A wave of light enveloped Wu Yan's body and he disappeared from the spot. Sylph stood there quietly and stared at the disappearing figure until the sky turned dark. Chapter 1106. Behemoth Forest, Outpost. Standing outside of the Behemoth Forest, the outpost is still the same as before. Every day, people are carrying out their duties in an orderly manner, doing their best for the Ailu Empire. The chaos caused by Wu Yan's group a while ago is no longer happening. That doesn't mean the outpost is free of troubles. Big and small are still present. Last time, under the influence of the black light, one of the outpost teams was almost completely wiped out. Even though it didn't happen again, the Behemoth Forest isn't a peaceful place. There are still people who die under the jaws of demonic beasts every day. However, this is the outpost's own business. It has nothing to do with Wu Yan's group. As time passed, Wu Yan's group gradually faded out of sight. So much so that no one in the camp noticed that the number of Misaka sisters in the forest of tents is decreasing by the day. Many of the tents are now empty. There are less than 1,000 of them left. Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls clearly noticed the decrease in the number of girls. However, they aren't worried at all. Sometimes they even have a trace of satisfaction in their eyes. After all, when the girls leave the outpost, it means the outpost in the behemoth forest will be complete. When that time comes, they won't have to live under someone else's roof anymore. They will have a place to call home in the Spalier world. Since it's a home, all the members of the family must be present, let alone the main pillar of the outpost. While waiting for the completion of the outpost, the girls are also waiting for Wu Yan's return. In their minds, other than the outpost, there's only Wu Yan's matter left in their minds. As for the purpose of Wu Yan's trip and the so-called calamity, they might worry about it when Wu Yan returns. However, before Wu Yan returns, the girls' minds don't have the capacity to think about anything else. Inside the tent, the girls are discussing the outpost in the outpost. At the same time, they would sneak glances at a magic crystal. Every time they glanced at it, a trace of disappointment would appear in their eyes. However, the girls didn't get tired of it. At least, other than Yukari, who is leisurely sipping her tea, and Kotori, who are discussing the outpost, everyone else is like that. It's not because of how precious the magic crystal is. That magical crystal was merely a grade 8 magical crystal. It might be precious to others, but to the girls, it was just barely worth looking at. There's only one reason why they are so interested in it. This magic crystal is the teleportation point for the return scroll that Wu Yan left here before he left the camp. Once he's done with his business in the domain of gods, Wu Yan will activate the scroll and return to the outpost. That's why the girls are so interested in the magic crystal. They want to see Wu Yan's figure appear there. Phew. Shokuha Misaki let out a sigh of relief. She put down the report she got from the Misaka sisters and flipped her blonde hair. Her lips curled into a mesmerizing smile. If we continue like this, it won't be long before the outpost is completed. The outpost will be completed soon. Kotori, who was reading the report, nodded. She sucked on a lollipop as if she didn't care. If we don't consider the other matters, it won't be long before the outpost is completed. It's fine as long as it's completed. Shokuha Misaki tapped her lips, her eyes twinkled. Once the outpost is completed, we can move in. As for the other matters, we'll decide after we move in. You're right. Kotori agreed. I'm getting impatient if I continue to stay in this camp. Hearing Kotori's words, Shokuha Misaki and the other girls hurriedly nodded. Obviously. They've had enough of living under someone else's roof. Glancing at the group of girls, Ziyu leisurely placed the cup of black tea in her hand on the table. She picked up the paper fan in her hand and smiled. Since we're done with the outpost, all that's left is for Yen to return, right? Hearing this, the girls subconsciously shifted their gazes to the magic crystal. Mikoto even complained. He's been gone for half a month, right? Is the outpost in the domain of gods that hard to complete? If it's that easy, we wouldn't have to wait here. Chuju shook her head and sighed. If Yen isn't back, it means the outpost isn't over yet, right? How long will it take? Mikoto said impatiently. It didn't take that long to complete the outpost in the domain of gods. That's because there's a huge difference between the outpost and Spalier world, Misaka-san. Shokuha Misaki smiled at Mikoto. Do you miss Yen that much? Of course not. Mikoto retorted without even thinking. Too bad, no one here believed her words. Well, Misaka-san, it's time for you to practice your patience. Shokuha Misaki teased. Men have to go out and socialize sometimes. What we women should do is wait for him at home. Misaka-san, you shouldn't be so impatient. That's not how a good wife should behave. Wife? Mikoto blushed. She turned her head away shyly. Who cares about what social activities he has outside? I'm just dissatisfied that he left us here without caring about us. Yes, that's right. Misaka-san, is that so? Shokuha Misaki ran her fingers through her hair. She covered her mouth with a white glove. She looked at Mikoto with a playful smile. What if Yen doesn't want to come home because he's having an intimate moment with another girl? Mikoto's face froze up, not just Mikoto, even Hinajiku, Astria, and Toka's expression turned unnatural. Astria even smiled bitterly. My master wouldn't do something like that, right? Era, that's not necessarily true. Kurumi's eyes curved into crescents. House Sama wouldn't be so intimate with another girl that he doesn't want to come home. However, it's not like he hasn't brought a cute girl home before. Kurumi's words caused the temperature in the tent to drop to freezing point. None of the girls said a word. The atmosphere was heavy. At the side, Violet, who'd been watching from the side, shook her head, and she seemed to find this situation rather amusing. She stood up and stretched her body, and her exquisite figure was clearly displayed. Looks like we won't be able to wait for Yan's return today. Let's go take a bath first. I'll go with you. Shokuha Misaki stood up. I've been busy the whole day, I feel sticky. Hearing Shokuha Misaki's words, Kotori frowned. She hesitated for a moment before standing up. I'll go as well, let's go together. Yukari looked at the girls in the tent. There shouldn't be any Misaka-san taking a bath right now. How about we go together? The girls blinked their eyes, but they didn't refuse. They all nodded and stood up. Only Flandre-chan jumped up and down on the spot. What are we going to do when Oniai-chan comes back? Don't worry. See Jean, who has been standing beside Flandre-chan all this while, weakly raised his hand. With that magic crystal, Big Brother will be back soon, that's right. Chuju rubbed Flandre-chan's head and chuckled. So, by the time we get back, Yen might have already returned. After saying that, the girls left the tent. Flandre-chan followed behind them with a confused look on her face, but she soon stopped and looked at the magic crystal. With the magic crystal, will Oniai-chan be back soon? Pouting her cute brows, Flandre-chan rolled her eyes and flew over to the magic crystal. She grabbed it and giggled as she followed the girls out of the tent. Chapter 1107. The night is dark. In the Behemoth Forest camp, a lake surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A group of girls have already entered the water. Yo-ho! Astria cheered. She swam in the lake like a great swimmer. Her movements were standard and her speed was fast. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for her wings to fill up with water. This increased the burden on her body. Astria, who was swimming with vigor a second ago, sank into the water in the next second. Toka screamed in fright. Seriously? Hinajiku quickly pulled Astria out of the water and scolded her with a scolding tone. Astria-chan, we are here to take a bath, not to swim. Ah. Astria scratched her head in embarrassment. It's because this place is so big that I subconsciously swam. Ah. Before she could finish her explanation, Astria let out a panicked moan. That's because there's a pair of tiny hands on Astria's ample bosom. Ha! Super caught you. Following the giggles, a pair of small hands grabbed onto Astria's round breasts and started rubbing them impatiently. Astria, who was still in a daze, started laughing. Ah! Ai-chan, it's so itchy. Ah! Oh! The culprit, Kinudasai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She didn't stop. Instead, she started rubbing even more intensely. In other words, this is Astria's weakness, right? He. Super caught my. Ah. Don't. Ah. I say, you guys. Mikoto glanced at Astria's voluptuous breasts with a hint of jealousy. You guys are going crazy here, don't run out of energy. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Kinudasai waved her hand nonchalantly. She seemed to have thought of something. The mischievous grin on her face immediately shifted to Mikoto's body. Mikoto couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She instinctively took a few steps back. You? What are you doing? Smiling so disgustingly. Kinudasai let go of Astria, who was laughing so hard that she almost choked. Like a lecherous uncle, she slowly approached Mikoto with a wicked smile. By the way, Misaka, what's your weakness? I really want to know. Hearing this, Mikoto immediately understood what Kinuhata Sai was planning to do. Her face flushed red as she retreated without hesitation. However, she had only retreated a few steps when another pair of small hands grabbed her shoulders, causing her entire body to stiffen. In the end, it seems quite interesting. Frenda's youthful face entered Mikoto's eyes. It even had the same expression as Kinuhata Sai's, grinning evilly. Then I'll come too. Super well done. Frenda. Kinuhata Sai screamed as she pounced towards Mikoto. Super catch her just like that. Hey! Silk Banner. Frenda, you guys? Instantly, a giggling scene took place at a corner of the lake. Astria was still breathing heavily while Toka supported her to prevent her from sinking. Hinajuku was both helpless and amused at the same time. She turned around and looked at another direction. There, Ikaros, Shokuha Misaki, Kurumi, and Takitsubu Riku were leaning against the lake wall with their eyes closed. They looked like they were soaking in a hot spring. The four of them were also lined up in a row, causing Chuju's mouth to twitch. This is a group with superior combat power. Perhaps they heard Hinajuku's voice, but Shokuha Misaki and Kurumi both opened their eyes and laughed at the same time. Era. Kurumi tilted her head and laughed without a hint of complacency. What we're doing isn't much. Shokuha Misaki narrowed her eyes and looked at a spot not far away from her. Well, that's where the real winners are. Hearing that, Chuju followed her instincts and turned around to look. Her eyes started twitching as well. It's so comfortable. Yukari stretched her back as if she was showing off. Then, a pair of large breasts popped out of her chest, giving off a fatal sense of existence. Too bad it's not a hot spring and there's no alcohol to liven things up. Yukari One-isan, you're amazing. Flandra-chan said enviously when she saw Yukari's large breasts. However, her gaze was like she was looking at a toy or dessert. She sucked on one of her fingers. You're really amazing. Yukari nodded her head in embarrassment, her face flushed red. If only. I'm as big as you. Well, Yukari, don't be sad. Sharp words came out of Yukari's stall. She even started dancing around. Being small also has its benefits. Many men like this type of style. The four bunnies blinked their adorable big eyes and nodded their heads in confusion. Is that so? You're not wrong. Yukari looked at Yukari and smiled mysteriously. But little Yen should like a bigger one. Oni likes a bigger one. Yukari looked around nervously. She was clearly moved. Flandra-chan stopped sucking on her finger and asked with anticipation. Then, if Flan is as big as Yukari One-i-san, will Oni-i-san like Flan more? Well, Yukari seemed to think about it seriously for a while, then smiled. That should be the case. I say, Yukari, what are you using as an example? Chuju couldn't take it anymore and laughed bitterly. Don't instill strange ideas into the child's head. Era, I'm just telling the truth. Amethyst took out a paper fan from nowhere and covered her face with it. Her amethyst-like eyes flickered with a faint smile. Isn't Chuju very concerned about her size as well? Hinajuku opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute, but in the end, she stuttered and didn't say anything. Yukari couldn't help but laugh, and Hinajuku was so embarrassed that she wanted to dive into the water. Sigh. Kotori narrowed her eyes at the commotion in the lake. What a bunch of people who can't even calm down while taking a bath. After saying that, Kotori slowly walked to the shore, attracting the attention of Hinajuku, who was still in a daze over the size of her chest. You're done? Kotori, it's about time. Kotori waved at Chuju without looking back. I want to bathe for a bit longer, but I'm a little hungry. Let's head back first. In the lake, Astria and Toka's ears twitched. They immediately rushed towards the shore. We're hungry too. Kotori, Toka, and Astria climbed out of the lake. At the same time, a magic crystal on top of the pile of women's clothes vibrated. Then, tiny dots of light appeared out of thin air. They gathered together and formed into a human figure. In the night, The light spots that appeared out of nowhere were undoubtedly noticed by all the young girls. Faintly feeling that something was amiss, before the girls could react, the light spots around them suddenly dispersed, exposing the figure within to the air. Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. His mouth turned into an O shape when he saw the scene before him. "My master, Shido." Since Wu Yan appeared at the spot where the girls piled their clothes, Kotori, Astria, and Toka went in that direction. The three girls came face to face with Wu Yan. "Yua." Astria and Toka regained their senses and they jumped back into the water. Kotori covered her chest as she glared at Wu Yan. She looked like she wanted to bite off a chunk of meat from him. In the water, a lot of girls reflexively dove into the water. Hinajiku and Mikoto screamed in anger. Their screams naturally attracted Wu Yan's attention and he looked over. The next moment, one by one, their white and delicate bodies entered his field of vision, causing him to feel dizzy. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1108. That's the gist of what happened. Inside the tent, Wu Yan told the girls everything that happened on the Emperor Island and the Domain of Gods. Aside from Sylph, Wu Yan told them about everything that happened in the Domain of Gods. He had a puzzled look on his face. Wu Yan isn't bothered by the fact that he has to tell them everything. He's more concerned about the lake incident. Wu Yan was lucky enough to pick up a lot of benefits when he came back. However, he still received a lot of condemnation from the girls. Hinajiku and Mikoto wanted to chop him up and electrocute him. Wu Yan is worried that his true ancestor body won't be able to withstand the torture. That's not all. After all, most of the girls have already been intimate with Wu Yan. Their bodies aren't a secret to Wu Yan. Their condemnation is just a cover-up for their shyness. Toka, who hasn't slept with Wu Yan yet, didn't complain because of her feelings for Wu Yan. Flandra-chan and Yoshino, on the other hand, aren't fully mature yet, so they don't mind letting Wu Yan see their bodies. They also don't mind letting Wu Yan see their bodies. However, it's a different story when it comes to Yukari. Yukari is different from the girls who have feelings for Wu Yan. Yukari values Wu Yan, but she doesn't love him. Wu Yan's status to Yukari is the same as Yu Yuzi and Ling Meng. He's a rare friend. Yukari's status in Yukari's heart is already very high. However, it's not high enough to let him see her naked body. That's why, after the lake incident, Yukari forcefully took Wu Yan away and interrogated Wu Yan with her usual smiling face. When it's about time, she led Wu Yan back to the tent. How can Wu Yan not be puzzled? After all, he was still confused. Why did he appear beside the lake where the girls were bathing? Wu Yan was in a daze. He didn't know anything. He wanted to know the reason, but he was scolded by the girls first. Then, he was interrogated by Violet like a criminal. Then, he was brought here to recount what happened in the land of gods. Unknowingly, he learned the reason why Wu Yan was there. He was also forgotten by the girls. Looking around at the girls who were digesting the news he brought back, Wu Yan wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long sigh. If he were to investigate the reason at this time, he would probably only cause the young ladies to be humiliated once again. Thinking of this, Wu Yan decided to let it go. After all, he was the one who benefited from it. When the girls finally finished digesting the news brought back by Wu Yan was almost back to normal. He picked up a cup of black tea and drank it. After I handed the ring of power to the 3 tutelary gods and cleaned up a piece of trash, I came back directly. That's what happened. You handed it to the 3 guardian deities? Shokuhun Misaki pondered for a moment before nodding. That's fine too. It's pointless for us to carry that thing around. Who knows, we might have to lead the charge when the calamity strikes. Handing it over is a good choice. Fortunately, we gained something from the land of gods. Kotori glanced at Wu Yan with a mischievous smile. Otherwise, this trip would have been a waste. I guess I have no choice but to accept my fate. Wu Yan sighed and he shook his head. Even though Ailu left the Ring of Power to the Ailu Empire's royal family, he also left the Ring of Gold to me. Regardless, I still have to make a trip. That's true. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in agreement. It's not good to owe someone a favor. It's best if I have the chance to repay it. Besides, Lulu and Feifei are in Ailu Empire as well. For their sake, I have to make a trip to the land of gods. Wu Yan nodded with a smile. He turned to Yukari, who was sipping her tea. Yukari, what do you think? Yukari, it's the same whether we hand over the ring of power or not. Yukari replied with a smile. As long as we're in the Spalier world, we'll be bound to the calamity sooner or later. It's only a matter of time before we get involved. Handing over the ring of power will only make us face it later. In the end, we can't escape unless we leave this world. I guess you're right. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged helplessly. In the end, I didn't see it as clearly as you did. It's fine, isn't it? She gently put down the black teacup in her hand and tapped the table with the paper fan in her hand. Her eyes flickered slightly. The guardian tree, on the other hand, does pique my interest. Is it invincible? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with interest, I really want to see what this guardian tree looks like. And the palace at the bottom of the sea. Chuju shook her head regretfully. If only I went with them. If you're not from the three empires, not only will the guardian tribe be hostile to you, the guardian tree will also chase you away or even kill you. Wu Yan frowned. I heard it from Sylph and I don't know if it's true, but the guardian tree is level 98. It's a good thing I didn't go with them or it would have been troublesome. Yukari closed her eyes and thought about something. After a while, she relaxed her body and spoke lazily. Era, no matter what, it's good that it's over. Yeah, the seal on the ring of power was broken and we got some good stuff too. Wu Yan looked at the girls. Tomorrow, we'll go to the base and plant the guardian tree saplings. It should be useful. Also, the pond water can purify and strengthen life forms. You guys can try it too. When the time comes, everyone's strength will increase a little. All the girls, including Violet, began to look forward to the pool of water when they heard that. This was especially true for Violet. She had no idea how many years it had been since her strength had increased, so she was looking forward to the pool of water. It's a pity there's not enough. Wu Yan pursed his lips. If there's more, the sisters will be able to improve their strength and we won't have to worry about them all the time. The girls nodded helplessly at Wu Yan's words. Taking care of the sisters is something everyone is willing to do. After all, the sisters are large in number and they don't have much experience in the outside world. It's not safe for them to live on their own. Also, the sisters started out slower than Wu Yan and the others. Even though they've been hunting monsters and gaining experience points every day, their strength is still far behind. If all of them can reach tier 8, they won't need Wu Yan and the others to watch over them all the time. It'll take some time for the sisters to finish their apprenticeship. Wu Yan stroked his chin. However, since the miraculous pond water can increase our strength, can't the other heavenly treasures also increase your strength, little sisters? Impossible. That's impossible. Shokuha Misaki rejected the idea. The treasures in the Spalier world that can improve one's strength are mostly used to increase one's chi, mana, or cultivation talent. For the sisters who only have Esper abilities, it's useless. It's already incredible that you were able to obtain a pond water that can improve your strength in all aspects. Then, how about we get some armaments for the sisters? Wu Yan looked at Shokuho Misaki. It shouldn't be hard for us to get armaments with our abilities, right? It'll help the sisters as well. If you can think of it, so can I. Shokuho Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. But we still have the same problem. The sisters only have Esper abilities. The Spalier world's armaments are mostly staffs. Can staffs increase the sisters' strength? As for the warriors' armaments, swords, spears, and so on, are you giving them to the sisters so that they can charge into enemy lines and engage in close combat? That? Wu Yan choked. We don't have to use the Spalier world's armaments. So, you're saying that you want to exchange 20,000 sisters for armaments? Shokuha Misaki said with a faint smile on her face. But do you have enough points? Wu Yan was speechless. Espers sure are troublesome. Kotori pursed her lips. Our world is much more convenient. Even though only a small number of people can use the display device, They're still normal people? Wu Yen flinched. His eyes lit up. Chapter 1109. Behemoth Forest Campsite, a lake. The calm lake flickered with arcs of light, like a huge light source, emitting a dazzling light that made people have to squint their eyes to prevent their eyes from being hurt. The slow sound of water kept reverberating from an unknown corner, as if there was a stream that was connected to this lake, pouring in a brand new source of water. The weather was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. The sunlight was not scorching hot, but it was enough to provide warmth to people. The sunlight poured into the lake and illuminated the corner of the mountain on 3 sides, filling it with an inextinguishable light. It was exceptionally dazzling. However, at this moment, the most dazzling thing was the ripple in the sky above the lake. It was pouring some extremely clear water into the lake below, and its area was comparable to the entire lake's crimson spatial ripple. Along with the sound of flowing water, the gate of Babylon that covered the sky above the lake continued to sprinkle clear water like rain, replenishing the lake below. With the injection of clear water, the arc in the lake seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Vaguely, there was a wave of energy fluctuating in the lake, and it was still expanding. The reason for this is the clear water pouring into the lake. Wu Yen stood on the shore, controlling the gate of Babylon to pour the water into the lake in an orderly manner. He couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yen turned to look at the girls around him. He shook his head helplessly. Do you really only need the diluted pool water? The effect should be a notch lower. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Violet held up her parasol and didn't look discouraged at all. You and your familiars added up to 4 people, yet you used up 1/3 of the water. And that's only because your familiars are too special, so you don't have to use too much of it. You've actually used more than half of it on yourself. Violet's eyes turned to look at the water pouring into the lake. She tapped the handle of her parasol with her paper fan and said calmly, "That's not all. You're a primogenitor, Yen. You have a lot of mana and a lot of abilities. With so many aspects, the amount of pool water needed to be increased. However, there are many people here who are not pure humans, so the amount needed is definitely not small. Plus, there are many people here, so if we don't dilute it, we won't be able to use all of them." Violet is right. Mikoto nodded in agreement. Since there's good stuff, we should all enjoy it together. It's fine if the effect isn't as good. The advantage is that everyone can get stronger. Hinajuku patted Wu Yan's shoulder in a comforting manner. So, Yen, don't throw a tantrum here. What's there to throw a tantrum about? I just think it's a pity. Wu Yen sighed again. Forget it, it's fine as long as you guys think it's fine. Who asked there to be so little water? If you think about it from another perspective, diluting the water isn't that bad either. Shokuho Misaki chuckled. Little Yen, didn't you soak in those pools for 5 whole days before you finished upgrading? Diluted water shouldn't take that long, right? Wu Yen pondered for a bit before nodding his head. That's true. It's not good to let the sisters out of our sight for a few days. You don't have to worry about that. Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest. We'll take turns going in. Someone will watch over the sisters. Is that so? That's right, Yen. Worrying too much isn't a good thing. Shokuho Misaki tapped her lips with a smile and turned to look at Kotori and the others. But, Kotori, you guys will have to wait until you return from the dungeon. It's fine. Kotoni nodded expressionlessly, but her red eyes glowed brightly, proving that she was in a good mood at the moment. After all, the dungeon world this time was originally our own world to begin with. It's not a bad idea to go back. At this point, Kotori couldn't help but think of her sister at home, and she couldn't help but miss her. That's right. Wu Yen decided to enter the dungeon again. On top of that, the dungeon world this time wasn't some unfamiliar world. It's Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and the others' original world. It's the date battle world. The reason they wanted to return to the date battle world wasn't because they were homesick. It was because of something Kotori said yesterday. When the display device was mentioned, the display device, is a very special item in the date battle world. Its origin is unknown. The only thing we know is that it's a taboo technology that the humans in the date battle world obtained at some point in time. It reproduces computer calculations in the real world and completely distorts the laws of the real world. It's a device that uses science and technology to achieve the goal of magic. It's the display device. Its existence wasn't known to the general public. Only a few people with special identities knew of its existence. Initially, it was installed on the combat equipment used by the AST to fight against the elves. Later on, it gradually developed into various types of medical equipment, strengthening equipment, and so on, becoming a rather huge system. The reason why AST was able to obtain the qualifications to fight against the elves and break away from the limits of normal humans and possess power far beyond normal humans was because of the display device. The equipment Toichi Origami and Chong Gongya wore when they fought against the elves is the display device. Of course, the display device had a wide range of uses, and its effects were also very magical. For example, when it was used to repair a damaged building after a spacequake disaster, even if it was a building, it would only take a single night to completely repair it. Its effects are as miraculous as magic. That's why the display device is known as a device that uses science and technology to achieve the goal of magic. People like Toichi Origami and Chong Gongya who use the display device in battle are also known as artificial magicians. This time, Wu Yan wants to return to the date battle world to obtain a large number of display devices. He even wants to obtain the manufacturing method of the display device. If normal humans can use the display device, there's no reason why the Misaka sisters can't use it. With the display device, even if the Misaka sisters are not at the level of a master, they would be in a much better condition than fighting empty-handed. Combined with the Misaka sisters' superpowers, it would be a huge boost to their strength. What's more, the display device is not only useful in battle. It can also be used in other aspects. If it is installed in the base, it will definitely increase the level of the base. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to turn all the Misaka sisters into his blood servants to increase his own strength. Unfortunately, even though giving one's own blood is enough to create a blood servant, if one wants to create a powerful blood servant, one must give the blood servant important organs, especially the ribs. As the part of a vampire that gives a blood servant, it is the most advanced part. After all, the ribs contain the blood-producing tissue. The most important part of a vampire is blood. But the problem was that if the organs were given to create a blood follower, then this part of the organs would not be restored. How many organs does Wu Yan have in his body? How many ribs does he have? If he only gives the Misaka sisters blood, they will not be able to increase their strength by much since they are around tier 7. So, he can only rely on the display device. After pouring the last drop of water into the lake, Wu Yan waved his hand and put away the gate of Babylon. Then he looked at the girls. All right, you girls can go in the order you want. Wu Yan shrugged as he looked at the girls. This time, the ones who will accompany me will be Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino nodded. The other girls nodded as well. Only Ikaros opened her mouth. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Don't worry, Ikaros. Wu Yan patted Ikaros on the head and said gently. We will be back soon. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan and after a while, she nodded. Chapter 11:10. Heavenly Palace City. Noisy streets, noisy urban areas, and all kinds of noises mixed together, filling every corner of the Main Street area of Heavenly Palace City. It was so noisy, but it gave people an unexpected sense of vitality, which seemed very peaceful. The sound of horns and smoke were emitted from the vehicles as they drove. On the sidewalk, pedestrians either brushed past each other or stopped to chat. Although not everyone had a smile on their faces, it was still a scene that made people feel at ease. Heavenly Palace City in Date Battle World isn't like Itagami City in Bloodbath World. Even in summer, the temperature is moderate, It's not too hot nor too cold. It's also not like Itagami City, which is filled with vampires, beastmen, attack magicians, and so on. Here, there are only ordinary people. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. However, in the next moment, a phenomenon that was absolutely impossible to occur in a world where only normal people existed, appeared. Woo! On the street, an extremely harsh alarm sounded without any warning in Heavenly Palace City, causing the glass windows of many buildings to shake. The birds that happened to fly over Heavenly Palace City were also frightened by the sharp alarm and were hovering in the air. As for the people who remained on the main street, they stopped all their activities. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces instantly stiffened. Then, while everyone was still in a daze, unable to react in time, a clear voice transmitted through the machine immediately followed by the sound of the alarm. It did not appear to be hurried, but it was also very efficient as it echoed. Signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. Please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training session. This is not a training session. This is a real alarm. Residents, please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. Residents, please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. I repeat. Listening to the cold voice and the sound of the alarm that was still ringing in the space, it was completely silent. After a while, a series of gasps could be heard. Spacequake. It's a spacequake. Run. Shelter. Get to the shelter. Amidst the screams and wails, all the pedestrians on the street seemed to have seen a prehistoric giant beast. They fled for their lives into the nearest shelter and were protected by the thick steel door. On the street, buildings started to sink into the ground. It's like a military drill. It's an unprecedented chaos. The atmosphere has changed. There are only cars on the road, no one is driving. There's only trash, no one is walking on the street. There are roads, parks, convenience stores. There's not a single person in sight. Up until now, there were still people moving around. But now, the only thing that remained in the air was the aura of people moving around. The figures of people had disappeared into the streets. It was like a ghost town in a horror movie. It made one's hair stand on end, and in this creepy scene, at a corner of the street, suddenly, a figure appeared. A dazzling light surrounded the area. Kaboom! Between the heavens and the earth, only the deafening sound of the explosion and the violent shockwaves swept out in all directions, destroying everything in the area. The street was completely destroyed, the buildings collapsed, gravel flew in the air, a terrifying energy wave spread out. It's like someone dropped a nuclear bomb. The shockwaves spread out in all directions. In just an instant, this place turned into a real hell. When the shockwaves and explosions stopped. That happened 5 minutes later. What's left is the scene of a meteorite crashing down. An entire layer of the street was shaved off. There's no trace of concrete left on the street. What looks like walls are standing one after another around the destroyed street. There's light smoke coming out of them. At the center of the street where the explosion happened, there's a large hole dug out of the ground. A few figures stood in the hollow as they blankly looked at their surroundings. They exchanged glances with each other. In an instant, a deathly silence surrounded them, causing them to be unable to open their mouths to speak. After a long time, one of the beautiful girls with 2 ponytails hanging in front of her and bangs long enough to cover one of her eyes tilted her head and smiled. Ah, something interesting happened. It's not interesting at all. A petite girl with 2 pink ponytails yelled angrily. We caused a space-time quake. A space-time quake. I've never caused a space-time quake before. Damn it. Hearing this, the man standing in front of the 4 beautiful young ladies of various sizes first lowered his head. Soon after, he abruptly raised his head and shouted like he was going crazy. Why is it space-time again? The ones who caused the space-time quake are Wu Yen, Kotori, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Toka. But why? Wu Yen scratched his head, unable to get over this. Why would it cause a space-time quake? If you think about it, it's not that strange. Kotori took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Our spiritual energy isn't sealed, It's not like we're in a quiet world. It's not strange that we caused a space-time quake. Sprites that were hibernating in another world would suddenly appear in this world. This phenomenon was known as the manifest world. When an elf returns from this world to the other, it's called disappearance. The reality world is divided into two types based on whether a space-time quake occurs or not. When a space-time quake occurs, it's called a normal reality world. When a space-time quake doesn't occur, it's called a quiet reality world. As a matter of fact, when fairies disappear and return to the other world, they will naturally enter a state of hibernation. Moreover, they will be pulled to this world from time to time, as if they were forcefully awakened by someone, thus appearing in the real world. In other words, whether the reality world exists or not has nothing to do with the will of the elf. When an elf is forcefully pulled into the reality world, a space-time quake will occur in the reality world. If an elf doesn't want a space-time quake to occur in the reality world, they'll have to rely on their own will to descend into this world. In other words, if they want a quiet reality world, they'll have to consciously resist a space-time quake. Wu Yen, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. 4 of them are elves. They came back from the Spalier world to this world. Moreover, they forgot to seal their spiritual energy and didn't consciously try to control the space tremors. Naturally, the space tremors happened. Wu Yen more or less understood Kotori's words, but he also had another question. If that's the case, why did a space-time quake occur when he first arrived in this world? Even though he didn't consciously resist a space-time quake, Wu Yen doesn't have any spiritual energy and he's not an elf. While Wu Yen was pondering this question, Toka and Yoshino exchanged glances and walked up to Wu Yen. Toka asked anxiously, "Hey, Shido, did we do something bad?" "Probably. I think. Maybe. Wu Yen scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly. "Yeah. Forget it, it's good that no one got hurt." Kotori sighed. "In short, let's leave before Esti arrives." Zhang Lisheng shook his head. Wu Yen and Ko were about to nod when they heard a sonic boom from the horizon. They froze on the spot just as they were about to leave. Era. Kurumi licked the corner of her mouth as if she was taking pleasure in her misfortune. "Looks like they're here." Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. There, a few figures wearing streamlined light armor were rapidly flying over under the guidance of ejectors. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and looked at the 4 elven girls. "Whatever, hurry up and change into your spiritual equipment. Don't let AST see you in your normal attire or it'll cause some trouble." The 4 girls nodded, and in the next moment, flames, black gas, purple light, and icy mist enveloped their bodies. When they reappeared, the 4 elven girls had already changed into dazzling spiritual equipment. Chapter 11:11. As soon as she arrived at the scene of the space-time quake, she saw 5 figures standing in the hole. Unfortunately, before Kite Origami could see the true faces of the 5 figures, a scorching flame, a rich black light, a dazzling purple light, and a cold white light soared into the sky one after another, causing the group of AST members, including Kite Origami, to squint their eyes out of reflex. Even their flying speed had slowed down a little. It wasn't until the 4 different lights dimmed that the members of AST could finally see what was going on inside the hole. A girl with long pink hair wrapped in flames, horns on her head, wearing a feathered dress. A young girl in a black and red gothic dress with 2 ponytails tied up in her hands, one long and one short, was holding 2 ancient Western-style guns, one long and one short. Violet Radiance Village. A young girl wearing a purple crystal headdress and ceremonial armor. A petite girl with a doll in one hand, surrounded by cold air, wearing a green cloak decorated with bunnies. There was also a black-haired man who was standing in front of the 4 girls. There was nothing abnormal about him. He was wearing an ordinary black shirt and trousers, and a black jacket. The AST members in the air saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. They even felt dizzy. Five elves? How How is this possible? 5 elves. It's really 5 elves. How are we supposed to fight this? The AST members, other than Kite Origami, were all shaken. They almost screamed out loud. Even though the ejector behind them was still active, they didn't dare to take another step forward. That's understandable. Usually, all of the AST members added together could only deal with one elf. They were the only ones who knew how to fight against the elves. The AST members were just barely able to resist the elves when they appeared. They dragged the elves until they disappeared and the battle was over. If they really fought against the elves at full power, with the level of the AST battle display device, even if all of the AST members were added together, they would only be on par with the weakest elf in history, Hermit. They wouldn't be able to do anything to the elves. Now, against 5 elves at once, let alone AST, even they might not be able to do anything. If they really fought against the elves, only death awaited them. Prince? Nightmare? Hermit. Hermit. The leader was a female. The captain of AST, Hoshino, gritted her teeth as she stared at Wu Yen and company. She endured the dizziness in her head. That fire sprite should be an Efreet, right? And that man, could he be the Red Devil? Damn it. When did the elves know how to gather together? 5 elves, how are we supposed to fight them? The AST members didn't dare to step forward after hearing Liaozi's words. It wasn't that they were too cowardly. It's because the elves in front of them are too terrifying. Not to mention the weakest one, Hermit. Princess Pisces, was a super strong elf with a comprehensive danger level of AAA. They didn't have the confidence to deal with Princess Pisces, alone. On the other hand, even though the fire elf, Efreet, hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, its overall danger level was still AA. It was definitely stronger than Hermit. Of course, they were strong, but they had never taken the initiative to kill a human. But Nightmare was known as the evilest and most dangerous sprite. Her comprehensive danger level was S. She could kill tens of thousands of humans with her bare hands. If she was alone, they would still dare to fight her. But now, not only was she not alone, she was with several elves who were not inferior to her. Who would dare to fight her? Only the male elf, the Red Devil, who had only appeared in the Outer Realm once and was also the only one who had appeared. His strength and danger level were unknown, and he was very mysterious. He might stand in front of a group of elves. Would he be weak? If that's the case, then AST is retarded. While the members of S were at a loss of what to do, Tokiichi Origami's face turned pale as she stood there in a daze. It was not that Kitsune Origami was afraid, but at this moment, her mind was already filled with the words of Liaozi under the sun. She could no longer hold anything else. Efreet. Staring at Kotori, who was engulfed in flames, Tabichi Origami kept repeating Kotori's name like a puppet. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and his pale face was replaced by a ferocious expression. Ignoring her companions, Koichi Origami charged toward the group of people below without hesitation. To be more precise, she was charging toward Kotori. Following that, a sharp screech filled with hatred and resentment echoed in the air, accompanied by the cries of prairie fire. Efreet! Wait! Origami! The resentful screech startled Wu Yen and the others. When they reacted, Tabichi Origami was already in front of Kotori. Ignoring the others, she raised her lightsaber and slashed at Kotori's head. Kotori frowned deeply when she saw Koichi Origami's face distorted with hatred. However, the merciless lightsaber made her temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart. She extended a hand, and a scorching flame immediately wrapped around it and slowly burned. Ding! The gleaming lightsaber slashed at Kotori's hand. However, it was blocked by the flames on her arm. Kotori gripped the lightsaber tightly. Her red eyes stared at Tabichi Origami. There was a trace of fiery red in her eyes. You still have the guts to charge at me in this situation. I have to say, Tabichi Origami, your actions are both surprising and hilarious. Kotori frowned at Tabichi Origami's hateful face and couldn't help but mock her. I heard you hate elves, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Looks like I've underestimated you. Efreet. 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 Koichi Origami bit her lips and tried to pull the lightsaber in her hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not pull the lightsaber out. She abandoned the lightsaber in her hand, grabbed a heavy cannon, and aimed it at Kotori's face. Bam! A dense energy wave surged out of the cannon and hit Kotori at close range. Both Kotori and Origami were shrouded in black smoke and flames. Origami. Looking at the black smoke that couldn't be seen clearly, Liaozi clenched his fists tightly. That idiot! Prairie Fire turned around and yelled at the AST members behind him. What are you looking at? Go help them. The members of AST were shocked. They hurriedly operated the ejector and flew down. However, after flying for a short distance, a figure appeared in front of them. Era. Kurumi walked slowly in the air as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. She turned her head around and a wicked smile hung on her beautiful face. Although I don't know what's going on, it seems to be very complicated over there. Can you please not go over and disturb them? After saying that, Kwang San's red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Otherwise, I'll be very angry, very angry. Nightmare. Sun Liaozi's expression changed. She didn't dare to pretend that she didn't hear the evil elf's words. At the same time, the black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Kotori, who was engulfed in flames, wasn't hurt at all. Tabichi Origami was strangled by Kotori. She was hanging in the air and struggling in pain. Chapter 11-12. Ugh. Kyuchi Origami could only struggle to break free from the grasp of this hand. However, the more she struggled, the more pain she felt. In the end, her usually calm face was flushed red from the suffocation. The feeling of suffocation assaulted Tabichi Origami's mind. Her mind started to blur. Even so, she continued to glare at Kotori's face with resentment. If she could get a little closer, she wouldn't mind biting Kotori's face and tearing off a piece of flesh. Kotori's frown deepened when she saw Tabichi Origami's behavior. Tabichi Origami's behavior is a bit abnormal. Kotori knew Tabichi Origami very well. She was in the same class as her brother and sister, and she was familiar with her. To put it simply, Tokichi Origami is an unapproachable person. She doesn't interact much with others and secretly hates the elves. She joined AST for the sake of world peace and to prevent the elves from destroying the world and harming others. Rather than saying that she joined AST for the sake of world peace and to stop the elves from destroying the world and harming others, it's more accurate to say that she hates the elves. That's why Tabichi Origami joined AST. But this hatred is a bit too much. Kotori recalled the information she received about Tabichi Origami. She stared at Tabichi Origami's resentful eyes and for some reason, she felt annoyed. Her grip tightened, causing Tabichi Origami to moan in pain. Watching all of this happen with their own eyes, Toka and Yoshino were completely unable to react. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. Only Wu Yen looked at Tabichi Origami quietly and sighed. When he saw Tabichi Origami charging at Kotori with a face full of hatred, Wu Yen already knew what was going to happen next. Wu Yen can only blame himself for forgetting that Tabichi Origami is a member of AST. He forgot that Tabichi Origami has hatred in her heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Kotori turn into an elf even if her identity is exposed. Even if she sees her normal state, it's just a bit more troublesome. With Kotori's abilities and the seal on her spirit energy, she won't be able to detect any psychic waves. Even if she looks exactly the same, she won't be treated like an elf. But now, in order to save some trouble, he got himself into big trouble. Wu Yen felt like the loss outweighed the gain. Wu Yen glanced at the AST members who were pinned down by Kurumi. He looked at Kotori. Kotori, let her go. Kotori was stunned. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Then he tossed the origami kitsune out of his hand. Cuff cuff. Tabichi Origami stabilized herself. The propellers behind her increased in power, allowing her to float in the air. She covered her neck and coughed a few times. Her eyes never left Kotori. The hatred is still there. Cough. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Efreet. Tabichi Origami coughed and said something that made Kotori very uncomfortable. The flames on her body started jumping violently. Kotori can tell from Tabichi Origami's words that Tabichi Origami hates herself. But what? Is it because she's an elf? But Tabichi Origami has encountered elves dozens of times, if not hundreds of times. Kotori did know that Tabichi Origami would act recklessly in front of elves, but she never heard of it. Why would Tabichi Origami act like this when facing an elf? There must be a reason behind it. Realizing this, Kotori's doubtful gaze toward Toichi Origami gradually disappeared and was replaced with a cold look. You know me? Kotori Origami shook her head. Kotori paused for a moment and shook her head. No, I should say that you know Efreet? You know me? You know me? Tabichi Origami was so angry that she started laughing. Her face scrunched up due to the anger and hatred in her heart. But I know you. Of course I know you. At this moment, Toichi Origami had completely lost her previous expressionless and emotionless image as a puppet. She shouted out in a low voice, which was out of character. How can I not know you? You killed my parents. His words caused Kotori's calm demeanor to completely change. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented emotions. What did you say? Kotori's voice was trembling, but she suppressed the sudden fear in her heart and asked in a hoarse voice. You said I killed your parents? That's right. It's you. The elves of fire, Efreet. 5 years ago, it caused a big fire in Heavenly Palace City when it was in the modern world. You killed my parents. Tabichi Origami's face was pale due to her loud roar, but her voice was filled with hatred as it entered Kotori's ears. Kotori stared blankly at Toichi Origami, who was yelling at her. Her face turned pale as well, without a trace of blood. 5 years ago? Huge fire? Wasn't that when I was transformed into an elf and obtained the power of an elf? Did I really kill Tabichi Origami's parents at that time? Thinking of this, Kotori's heart sped up due to fear, and her eyes were filled with fear. After all, before she met Wu Yen, if she overused her powers, her spirit power would go berserk and she would lose her consciousness. She would turn into a monster that only knows how to destroy things. 5 years ago, perhaps when he went berserk, he unknowingly killed some people. That's hard to say. Such a thought flashed through Kotori's mind, causing her body to tremble. At this moment. Because she's a fire spirit, she's the murderer of your parents? A voice that was terrifyingly calm compared to Kotori and Tokichi's voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a terrifying flame that incinerated the atmosphere and caused the surrounding temperature to rise by several levels abruptly appeared. Then I'm sorry, I'm probably involved in killing your parents. Tabichi Origami turned around and looked at the source of the voice. She was stunned by what she saw. Red flames shot up into the sky like serpents. Wu Yen was bathed in flames. His wine-red eyes looked at Tabichi Origami with pity and sympathy. Tabichi Origami was stunned. 2. Fire elves. Wu Yan's pity and sympathy deepened when he saw Tabichi Origami's stunned expression. Tabichi Origami understood his gaze and took a few steps back. Her expression turned vicious. If that's the case, then I'll kill both of us. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Do you think you can do it? I have to do it even if I can't. Tabichi Origami yelled and raised her cannon again. This time she aimed at Wu Yen. I'll kill you. What a joke. As this emotionless voice drifted into Kite 1 Origami's ears, Kite 1 Origami was startled. Before she could react, a figure had already appeared in front of her. The figure extended his hand and pressed down on the heavy cannon in her hand. His wine-red eyes immediately met Kite 1 Origami's gaze. If you can kill elves with aggro, then there's no need for an AST. Wu Yen grabbed the cannon with all his might and he flung it out. Tabichi Origami, who was holding the cannon, was sent flying. When Tabichi Origami steadied herself and looked down, Wu Yen and Kotori were nowhere to be seen. Even Toka and Yoshino were nowhere to be seen. Even Kurumi, who stopped the AST, was nowhere to be seen. At the scene, only a faint sentence was left, echoing in the air. Believe it or not, the elf who killed your parents isn't Kotori, it's someone else. Tabichi Origami's expression changed. She scanned every nook and cranny of the place, but she couldn't find Wu Yen and company looking at the members of Sunrise Prairie Fire and Izzy flying towards her. Origami Kitsune gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. It's Suka. Shido. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.